legendarily Shirley MacLaine with a moment from our vault. That is all coming up after we get to what's first up today. Emma Hernan is a businesswoman and real estate agent featured in the show Selling Sunset. The show gives a glimpse inside the real-life LA real estate market through a high-powered brokerage. And Emma spoke to us about the relationships, all the drama, and of course, the big homes from the latest season.
It just got real. Some kind of magic taking hold. Feels like I found my pot of gold. Now I won't ever let it go.
I think the new season is even better than the last season. I think it's a 10 out of 10. I'm so excited for everyone to watch, and I'm really excited to hear the feedback and the thoughts from all the fans and everyone that watches. And, you know, I'm really excited everyone gets to see a little bit more of my personal life and also my personality, you know, and see I'm a little daredevil.
Okay, what is honestly wrong with you? Patrick will like this. I'm already here. You have to get the picture. If I take the picture, will you get off? I will get off. I will get off. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe you just did that.
Go above and beyond, you know, in everything I do for my clients, you know, for my business, for any investment that I would be like jumping out of a helicopter, arriving to a broker's open, you know, if it was going to sell the house. I pretty much would do anything.
Come and let it break. I'll do it my way.
Filming this season versus last season was a little bit different just because I feel like, you know, my toes had now been, you know, dipped in the water. So I kind of knew what I was getting into. But, you know, we actually filmed season 4 and 5 back to back.
Nice to meet you. I always get what I want. I just love this view.
And I just love looking down on people.
The little people.
Hi, cousins!
Well, Chelsea did not need my fashion advice. She came with it and she brought it. We became really close, surprisingly. But she's really, you know, Chelsea's really intelligent. We have a really close bond and relationship. So I'm really excited to have her. I mean, if I could have handpicked someone, it would have been her.
Perfect. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Mary.
Hello.
Hello. Pretty in pink, Al Woods. Hello.
I know, it kind of is Al Woods, isn't it?
We were all gossipy and talking, and then you came in, and we were like, but like we didn't even mean to be. Like literally,
I'm not that mean.
No, we were just like, I'm telling you, we must like you as a boss because clearly we like to pay attention when you're here.
I mean, who wouldn't want to have one of your really good friends as your boss? And she does a really good job of balancing friendship, but also, you know, at the end of the day, she is the boss. So she has to make sure things are done properly. And she does have to answer to Jason. So she wants to make sure that she goes above and beyond. And I think she's done a phenomenal job at stepping in and, you know, really taking control. And we are not an easy group of girls to come in and manage. So, I mean, kudos to Mary. She's done a great job. These girls on the show, yeah, we do a TV show together, but at the end of the day, these girls are like family. And they're people that, you know, are going to be in my wedding one day and things like that, which I think is so rare. You don't always get that.
Popping bottles?
Hey, popping bottles.
In case we get a little wild, some shots. Micah mostly lives in Texas, but when he's been here in LA, we've been hanging out, and I've been enjoying it. Oh, boy!
Perfect.
I'm not engaged right now. TBD, what happens, you know, I feel like you never know what's going to happen, but right now I'm single. You know, obviously Micah and I still talk, and we have a great, you know, relationship. But yeah, TBD what happens with that. I don't want to spill too much.
I've never had a listing over 10 million.
How many houses can say they have 2 pools?
In real estate specifically, I think it's really important to, you know, be a go-getter. You know, it's important to know what you're talking about. So, you know, knowledge of whatever field you're in, know what you're talking about. But at the end of the day, I think a huge piece is being a good person. And, you know, it's always been super important to me I have a huge heart. My friends and family, like I would do anything for them. I go above and beyond for them. And I do feel like what you put out into the universe, you do get back. And I feel like that's played such a big role in my success. So I would be, you know, there's certain, you know, ingredients that play a big role. And I would have to say, like, that's almost like the secret ingredient that people don't realize. You know, when you do things for others and you don't expect anything in return, you know, I do feel like that comes back. You know, it's so many different things.
involved in real estate for about 5 years. As soon as I got my license, I was with Jason. I was just a little bit more part-time because I started my own vegan food company, Emily & Co. I'm in stores across the United States, and the company couldn't be going any better.
I mean, from a really young age, I loved working, you know, from modeling to babysitting to working at ice cream shops. Specifically though, like I remember the very first summer that I worked at this ice cream shop and I saved all of the cash and I hid it in my little drawer. And at the end of the summer, I put them all in piles for my mom, my dad, my nana, my papa, and my brother. And I like spoiled them for Christmas and it made me so happy. I'm definitely a giver. So I just remember like that's what drives me is like being able to give back to my family, and I've just always kind of had that in me, you know, from a really young age. And obviously I started investing at 14, self-taught. I was nannying for a family and the father went to Harvard, super, super successful. And I remember putting the kids down for a nap, and instead of watching TV like most babysitters would do, I remember I was sitting at the computer and I saw whatever his Christmas bonus was, and there was a lot of zeros, I'll just tell you that. And I was like, I want this, and I'm gonna figure out a way to do it. You know, I started looking into the stocks that he did. And then of course, once you start reading, you kind of pick up the tips of things that are soon to be big. And I started investing in healthcare. 14 years old, investing in healthcare. But, you know, I think the earlier that you start, you know, the better chance you have of obviously, you know, being where you want to be at 25, at 30, at whatever age you are, you know? A lot of people say, oh, you can't do real estate and you can't have a company and you can't invest. But it's like, actually, you can do anything that you put your mind to, and you can do absolutely anything in the entire world. And even if there's a bump in the road, because of course there's going to be bumps in the road, it's just leading you to, you know, another path that's probably a better journey. And I would just take it as a little redirection in the GPS.
Big thanks to Emma for chatting with us. You can find Selling Sunset, of course, on Netflix. Still to come, a breakdown of the show, A Very British Scandal. That's coming up.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus, A Very British Scandals, a 3-episode miniseries. It's based on the dramatic real-life divorce between 2 British aristocrats. Stars Paul Bettany, who you've probably seen in the Marvel Universe, and of course Claire Foy, who you know from The Crown. Well, they spoke to us about the turbulent 20th century relationship that captivated the world.
It's about a very famous British scandal that I had no idea about, and I think what makes it different from American scandals, which are marvelous on their own, but ours is sort of steeped in the class system. And Margaret's father was an industrialist, and they sort of bought into the aristocracy.
There's been lots of books written about her. She wrote one as well, which is basically about how to throw a good dinner party. which no one really wants to know about because everyone wants to know about kind of the salacious elements of their divorce, especially. But what I found out was that a lot of the books that are written about her are written by men, and there's quite a lot of judgment about her and her sexuality and who she was. And so a lot of it was based on the research, but also was kind of the facts about her, really, which was that she was very entitled and privileged, and she had come from a background where basically she got whatever she wanted from the men in her life, and then she sort of married a man who refused to give her anything. And so basically then the relationship and the kind of the drama of it that is fictionalized takes over, really. Yeah, because a lot of it is basically viewed from the outside and the judgment of other people about who she was and the terrible things that she did, which weren't that terrible, really.
Why have you been around here? I had such a lovely day and we've got them spoilt it. I'm going to sleep at the club. And tomorrow morning we go back to Inverera, first train.
I won't be.
You'll do what I tell you to do and when I tell you to do it.
You must be confusing me with one of your other wives. I think it was the first case kind of its kind in the UK, definitely. Because in that sort of divorce proceedings, they were always very private. And there were never really women of means who could bring a divorce case against their husband, or it was normally the husbands who were divorcing the wives. And they were pretty kind of open and shut cases, really. But because Margaret had the means to basically take it to the bitter end, she was never going to give up. It really played out in the media. And so they used the press. But I think that she was an it girl, so she sort of grew up being lauded and kind of appreciated by the press. And in that way, completely took for granted the fact that they suddenly turned on her and went for her. And the narrative that she had created in her mind of who she was and in the press was so quickly turned, and she became kind of, it was basically a witch hunt, really, for her and everything about her, because people loved it. They loved the salaciousness of it and the idea that she was a sexually promiscuous woman, and how dare she divorce her husband, and who does she think she is? And I think, unfortunately, that's kind of one of the things that I felt when I was shooting it. I sort of thought that I would be shooting it and kind of looking back and going, oh, how terrible it was, this woman was treated this way. And I realised that basically nothing's really changed.
No, I've been a huge fan of Claire's. I think she's an amazing actress. And so that was the first thing. And then I heard there was a project with her and I read it. And for me, it seemed like nice counter programming, frankly, because I've been playing a lot of nice, warm, fuzzy robots, I suppose. And to play a sort of...
Something close to yourself.
Something closer to myself. Exactly.
To be a sociopath.
Sort of cold sociopath. It just seemed like I was a shoo-in. So, so that's... For me, I was excited at the idea of doing something very different and to work with Claire. It was a real joy working with her. She's an amazing scene partner and has similar instinct that I have, which is to try and bat away from what the dialogue is doing. And so it was kind of surprising, I thought.
It was
working
great.
with you.
It felt like you had a real... Yeah, we'd always talk about it, wouldn't we? We'd have like that you had a friend on set, like it felt like you had someone who had your back, which is good. But sometimes it doesn't feel like that. It was so much fun. Too much fun, sometimes.
We should mention a very British scandal can be found on Prime Video. Coming up next, we're going to revisit the beloved film, The Sandlot.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back with a movie that made You're Killing Me, Smalls famous. 1993, the classic, The Sandlot. Nearly 30 years later, it still captures the hearts of viewers. We spoke to Patrick Renna, who delivered many of the film's most memorable lines. He played Ham Porter. He was just 14 years old, and he told us about the movie's resonance today.
Katie, you want some more? You're killing me, Smalls.
You're killing me, Smalls.
You know, my favorite scenes from the movie have to be the s'more scene and You're Killing Me, Smalls, because that's sort of become people's, sort of favorite line of mine. So just because of how much it means to other people and making s'mores and things like that, it sort of becomes mine.
This is the yellow stain. You stick it on the chocolate. Then you cover it with the other end.
Here, make me one of those. Yeah, me too.
Then you stuff.
I think the most fun I had filming was there were two scenes, and they're back-to-back in the movie, but they weren't back-to-back when we filmed them, which was the scene where Phillips, the bad guy, comes with his crony team to the Sandlot, and we have our sort of back-and-forth yelling match.
You ain't good enough to lick the dirt off our cleats. Watch it, jerk. Shut up, idiot. Moron. Scab eater. Butt sniffer. Puss licker. Fart smeller.
And then it cuts to me behind the batter's box, and I'm yelling all the insults at him.
Hey, is that your sister out there in left field? Naked? She's naked. Shut up, Porter.
Those are my favorite scenes. Originally, the insult scene on the Sandlot was written for Benny, but the director on the day said he wanted me to do it because I think Benny was becoming the hero, and he didn't want his hero to trash talk, but he said, you know who could do it? Ham. And then the next day it was a lot of improv with me and the director. He had a bullhorn and he was just yelling insults at me to say to the guys, like, is that your sister out there in left field, or whatever the insults were, and I would kind of chuckle and then I would read them back, and it was a lot of fun.
Just a little bit farther.
The filming of getting the ball back from the Beast was great because every new scene that we filmed was the next level of craftsmanship or science. It started with a broomstick and then went to an erector set.
Opening.
And then went to a vacuum suction, apparatus or contraption.
Issue your retrieval section number 1 now.
And it was really cool to see what the props department did to sort of, make some new way of getting it. And we just had a lot of fun with that.
God, he looks like a dead fish. What?
This magic moment. So
little pervert.
What I remember about the pool scene with Wendy Peppercorn is Wendy Peppercorn. I mean, how do you forget? We filmed that movie in Utah, and it was 100 degrees for 3 months every day, 95 to 100 degrees, except one day, and that was the pool scene day. It was about 60 degrees, and you can see us all shivering in the pool in the movie. And Squints, you think he's nervous to go kiss the lifeguard, but he actually is just shivering from absolute chills. Oh gosh, what I remember about auditioning for The Sandlot, that was a long time ago. But I was one of the last, if not the last, characters to be cast. The callback was just to go meet the guys the next day, and the director said, "You don't have the job. You have to get along with everyone." So I went. I was bigger than all of them, and I just forced them to get along with me, and it was great. Some of my favorite memories are actually recent, and getting to see them again in the last couple of years. It sort of was like our junior high school reunion, because I hadn't seen a lot of them in 25 years. One of them was Tom Gyree, who played Smalls, so it was kind of fun to see him 25 years later. And I think on the set, my favorite memories were just, the group scenes, and like the treehouse scene was a lot of fun, because, that treehouse was built from scratch, and it was a fake tree even. So it was just kind of created for us, and then the director would have us go in there, and we almost had our own sleepover campfire night, and we had the candles for the s'mores, and we were making them, and we had to do about 100 takes, because that s'more scene, we were just making each other laugh, all of us, and everyone was ruining takes, and because it was like boys around a campfire. Who is the most and least like their character? First of all, I would say, at least back then, when we filmed, the most like their character probably was me. I was sort of the loudmouth little punk, or big punk.
Hey, girls.
But also the defender of the Sandlot and that sort of thing. I would say the least like their character... Well, the least like their character now is Marty York, who played Yeah. I don't know if you've seen recent pictures of him, but he's about 210 pounds of pure muscle. And back then he was a little shrimp. Probably back then the least like their character was Squints. Chauncey Leopardi played at least when he was kissing the lifeguard, he played a nervous, insecure little boy, and he was anything but. He was definitely the coolest of all of us filming that movie. I personally like Lone Outside just like I like it.
Stupid idiot! Lone Outside! Just like I like it!
The Great Bambino, yes.
I'm the Great Bambino! What? I'm the Great Bambino!
I don't think any of us imagined that the movie would turn into what it has. I think we knew that it wasn't terrible, because you kind of get a sense when you're making a movie if it's good or not, and we knew that it was good, but I don't think there's any way to know that it would mean this much to so many people as it does now.
Baseball! A tennis? Give me the tennis racket. Give me something to hit!
Well, first of all, I think the movie resonates with kids because of baseball, and that is America's pastime. Also, because we got out there and we were playing and we were out in the wilderness or Sandlot, and we were, getting dirty, and like Karen Allen has the great line, like, go out, have fun, get dirty.
I want you to get out into the fresh air and make some friends.
I don't think there's enough of that right now, and there's too much of this, So families like the movie because it's about spending time together and friendship and brotherhood and inclusion, and it sort of reminds everyone what all of this is really about, which is spending time with each other and not just swiping. I mean, swiping's okay once in a while, but
Hard to believe this month marks 29 years of The Sandlot. That's unbelievable. Next up, another blast from the past, the one and only Shirley MacLaine.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. The delightful and talented Shirley MacLaine turns, if you can believe it, 88 this week. And in her honor, from the vault, here she is speaking about her beloved film Steel Magnolias back in 1989.
The new movie Steel Magnolias has to be the most staggering collection of female Hollywood star power since the movie Little Women. Starring Sally Field, Daryl Hannah, Olympia Dukakis, Dolly Parton, and I say her name last only because she is with me today.
Julia Roberts.
And we'll get to, well, you just said Julia Roberts, and who said Julia Roberts but Shirley MacLaine. You're a very generous performer for having made sure that I did not leave out any of the
she's
Hollywood
remarkable
names.
in the movie too.
And all of you, all of those women came to live in the little real-life town of Natchitoches, Louisiana to make this movie, and you lived there for 3 months. Whatever did you do to this town?
Oh, I think it changed considerably. I spent a lot of time at the yogurt store.
Oh, yeah.
I spent a lot of time at the VCR store, and I got to know the girls who were off from college working in both of those places. I used to take my car and cruise up and down Main Street, which was about as long as this studio, and they had a traffic jam. They do these wonderful Southern things, like they sit in
They have a traffic jam,
yeah.
even though they only...
Well, because they're all out there on Friday and Saturday nights with their daiquiris in their hands, cruising, watching each other. They don't do anything, and they can't pick up anybody because they can't get out of the car.
Well, but if you're in town, they can't be watching each other anymore. They had to have been watching you.
And that's what they did during the week, but during the weekends, they were watching each other.
And then you could get out and watch them.
Yeah, it was just wonderful. You know, I'm from the South, so that whole sense of going back into a small town intimacy, I just absolutely loved it.
You play a character, Weezer, who is a local eccentric. Was she based on a real person, or?
She was based on a couple of people that Bobby knew, Harling, the writer, and but what was interesting was there was kind of a predominant of one woman, and the people in the town all had the predominant one woman to be someone different.
You, needless to say, are the comedy in this movie, and it's a very funny movie when you're not crying your eyes out, because it's a real tearjerker. Yesterday, when Sally Field was here, we didn't address head-on, I followed her lead, the fact that there is a death in the family. You did terms of endearment. So you and I have kind of discussed whether or not one does reveal that to an audience, that there is something is going to happen, or one does not. What do you think?
You know, it's not about whether the death will occur, because in my opinion it's telegraphed very early that it will. What you're interested in is how these women band together out of a solidarity and a kind of real love and warmth and connection with each other when it happens to her daughter. So the piece becomes a slice of Southern life, really, and it's about female sensibility. It's about how women, always left to their own devices, will do the right thing.
And a big happy early birthday to you, Shirley MacLaine. All right, you just got a nice dose of Popstar Plus. Join us right back here tomorrow. Be well, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to our Today All Day special on climate change and solutions. One of the biggest issues facing us today, and we're exploring every every angle as part of our growing Today Climate Initiative.
It's a key part of our reporting every day, and now we are taking an even closer look at some of the women leading the charge to save our planet.
Featuring pieces by our own Morgan Radford, Blaine Alexander, Kristen Dahlgren, and Ann Thompson.
We'll showcase groundbreaking ways fashion designers are creating sustainable clothing.
And new pushes for school buses to go electric.
How students dealing with climate anxiety are turning fear into action.
And we're going to meet some trailblazing female scientists at NASA using new technology to learn about the climate.
Now, as we know, fashion trends may come and go pretty quickly, but the clothes that are actually churned out of that cycle last so much longer, and many are piling up in massive landfills.
So NBC's Morgan Radford spoke to several women who are pushing the industry forward, finding creative ways to cut down on waste and help consumers stay fashionable and sustainable.
Lights, camera, and sustainable fashion. A new push for a cleaner, greener, more sustainable future from an industry long known for its impact on our environment.
For someone who has never heard of sustainable fashion, how would you describe it to them?
Well, sustainable fashion was born within the fashion industry in order to redress a social and an environmental balance.
Orsola de Castro is the founder of Fashion Revolution, an organization encouraging fashion brands and consumers to reduce their global footprint.
Why do you think fashion needs a revolution?
We need to see an industry that is transparent, which is against all principle of the fashion industry. And within the word revolution, there is also the word evolution. And the fashion industry is an ancient industry that designed itself to be deliberately exploitative. Sounds a bit absurd, but in terms of modernity, the fashion industry is incredibly old-fashioned.
And the backlash from images like these have caused consumers to take notice. Right now, the fashion industry makes up 4% of carbon emissions and throws out about 92 million tons of clothes a year, which is why 60% of fashion executives have already invested in or plan to invest in recycling materials.
So it's a purple dye, a little forsythia slipped into there.
Cara Piazza, a New York-based designer, runs her own small business, dyeing and recycling clothes with plant-based products and shipping them to consumers and larger suppliers.
We will take your bouquets and your wedding arrangements from your wedding, and then we create something that immortalizes the special day.
How important is that reuse process in being sustainable?
I think it's extremely important. I think it's the most important.
Is that what you're doing? Are you reusing items that you dye?
Our clients will send us their old garments. So, like, let's say you have a t-shirt that has a stain on it. We can either rebundle dye it for you or throw it in one of our colors, and then you have a new item.
All plant-based dyes?
Plant-based dyes, yes.
Why is that important to you to do something that's healthier for the environment?
That's a great question. So for me, I just don't feel like I have another choice. I think if we're going to be making something that we're putting out there, it's really important to do it with the most integrity that you can and in a way that really helps the planet.
And she hopes bigger fashion houses will follow suit. Everlane is a clothing brand that prides itself on what it calls radical transparency, sharing with consumers where their products come from.
Many companies don't even have visibility or know where their raw materials are being sourced from, sometimes where even their garments are being made. You know, people are always going to buy clothes, and I think we have to be able to do what we can within the supply chain and really work to start bettering it.
And buyers are taking notice. A recent study showed that 43% of Gen Z consumers shop with sustainability in mind and are willing to spend 10% more on sustainable products. But another report found that while most want to help, 80% of overall shoppers still say getting the best value for their money is the top priority when buying. That's why budding designer Caro Butler, who's a student at the Fashion Institute of Technology, says for her generation, it's important to remind companies that fashion and conscious consumerism can happen at the same time.
As a future leader in this industry, what would you say to current leaders who maybe don't get why sustainability is so important?
I think my generation will really set on the values that we want to see in brands. If a fashion brand wants to be successful in 5 to 10 years, they have to enable sustainable practices, move towards a circular economy in order to keep that generation buying their products.
That's why everything she's making comes from reused items.
This is your professor's discarded arm sling, and you're going to turn it into
a closure for the jacket. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with the rest of it. I haven't come up with a solution for that.
Her professors say starting with this generation of students is the only way to make a real and lasting change.
Well, you know, we are educating the next generation of leaders in the industry, and they are very committed to saving the planet and understand that as a society, we really cannot continue in the way that we have practiced and worked for the past number of years.
Which is why sustainable ethics are woven into the school's curriculum.
How important is education in this process to achieving a sustainable future?
You have to open their mind and make them aware of the steps that they are taking or not taking that are contributing to it or taking away from the issue. So I think it's just the most important thing we can teach them right now.
So this is ground zero when it comes to achieving a sustainable future.
Correct. Because if you're not sending new young blood out into the industry that is made up of dinosaurs like me, you're not going to be able to create a new mentality.
A push for a brighter future and a more sustainable one.
If you're looking to help from your own closet, try repurposing your old clothes, like turning a t-shirt into a headband or a cleaning cloth, or repair what you have to give it a new life. And for donations that just can't be worn, try finding an organization that recycles fabrics.
You've turned t-shirts into like
a blanket.
That's right.
And this I rented.
That's right. and this used to be old t-shirts. Now on to schools and the buses that bring millions of our kids back and forth every day. So many districts across the country are hoping to make a big change.
The U.S. transportation sector accounts for almost a third of the nation's greenhouse gas emissions, and approximately 500,000 school buses make up the country's largest public transportation network.
One national parent-led organization is pushing for all-electric, zero-emission school buses. NBC's Blaine Alexander took a ride on one to learn about all the changes coming.
For generations, it's been a school day staple. The resounding rumble of the big yellow bus. But some advocates hope that will soon change.
The biggest thing you hear right off the bat is it's so much quieter.
Here in Fulton County, Georgia, this school bus is completely electric. No engine, no fuel, and perhaps most notably, no harmful tailpipe emissions.
Where the normal fuel door would be for a regular diesel bus, comes over,
plug in
instead.
instead.
Plugs in. And there we go.
This Metro Atlanta school district added its very first electric bus to its fleet last year. But environmental advocates like Almeda Cooper hope it's the first of many more like it.
So being on this bus, does this bring back memories?
It does, it does, it does.
Cooper is a national field manager with Moms Clean Air Force, a national group of parents who have made it their mission to fight air pollution and climate change.
What is it about the nature of a school bus that makes them so concerning to you?
We're talking about 25 million children, riding them twice a day. It's idling, it's standing, it's waiting, and those tailpipe fumes, which are dangerous and harmful to breathe, are going into the air. That's not good for any child.
She says the harm stretches far beyond the schools as buses crisscross through neighborhoods and on city streets and highways. In fact, the air quality in Fulton County, the most populous county in Georgia, has received a failing grade from the American Lung Association.
Transportation is the largest contributor to global warming and to poor quality of air that we have. And the traffic that we have in Atlanta is notorious, and lots of it.
Yeah, traffic.
Traffic.
Yeah. Including school buses.
Including school buses, yes.
According to the Environmental Protection Agency, exposure to diesel exhaust can cause serious health conditions like asthma and respiratory illnesses and can worsen existing heart and lung disease, especially in children and the elderly.
When do you first remember having an asthma attack?
I just remember in elementary school, early on.
17-year-old Rain Blassingame and her mom, Katrina, know the value of clean air all too well. A lifelong athlete, Rain suffered from debilitating asthma as a young girl. Her mom says the attacks would often get bad in the fall.
As they continued year after year, I just noticed, oh, it's happening at this time of the year, every year, at the beginning of school.
Did you turn your attention to diesel-run buses?
at one point.
You know, as I look back now, as we're getting more information about the pollution that diesel school buses emit in the air, maybe. We know the school buses, the windows are down, the kids they think they're getting fresh air inside the bus, and really the pollution is just coming inside the bus where they are. So electric school buses would cut down on that. And we know the effects that pollution has on kids, like rain.
It's an issue that's gotten the attention of the Biden administration. The newly passed infrastructure bill earmarks $5 billion over the next 5 years to help send thousands of electric and low-emission school buses to districts across the country. In Fairfax County, Virginia, school officials are working to transition the district's entire fleet, the second largest in the nation, to electric buses by the year 2035. It's a goal applauded by EPA Administrator Michael Regan.
Fairfax County Public Schools is demonstrating exceptional leadership in being an early participant in what we hope will be a widespread nationwide movement. Zero-emission school buses can and one day will be the American standard.
Of the nation's more than 500,000 school buses, electric models make up less than 1%. And industry insiders say transitioning the entire fleet will require more funding and an energy system overhaul.
I think the federal funding is something I'd hit as a super first step. When you get into the broader, needs of converting or converting away from a petrol fuel system to an electric system, there are massive amounts of energy infrastructure requirements that are only beginning to be assessed in my estimation.
But for kids like Rain, it's a change that can't come soon enough.
So people who have asthma, like I did, don't have to worry about it as much, and they won't have as many asthma attacks, especially if they have it around the same time during school. Just less pollution in general would help out with anyone who has asthma.
Just better air to breathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just this month, Boston's mayor announced the city would replace its entire fleet of school buses with electric vehicles by 2030.
Now, while electric buses may cost more up front, they'll save a lot on the backside of this with maintenance and fuel down the line. And with gas prices these days, that payoff could come even sooner.
Yeah, probably. Up next on our Today Climate Special, we are going to explore how young people are taking action, not just for the environment, but for their mental health, too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today Climate and the new issues and solutions that are now underway. Study after study shows climate change weighs heavily on younger generations, and that fear for the planet's future is even driving some to seek therapy.
NBC's Kristen Dahlgren spoke to students about the toll on their mental health and how a new generation is turning anxiety into action.
On the lush green campus of the University of Vermont, nature feels like it's always just steps away. But for many students, so does climate change.
I feel like you can't really think about a lot without thinking about climate change and the worry that comes with that.
Emma Wardell is a 21-year-old student here, suffering from a phenomenon so common it's been labeled eco-anxiety, emotional distress caused by climate change.
That could be anxiety-provoking, especially when it's constantly looking at the threat of catastrophes.
She's not alone.
Who here has suffered from eco-anxiety?
Definitely.
Yep.
All three of you.
Well, to me, it was just kind of like a feeling of like helplessness. I honestly get a sense of pure sadness sometimes.
I feel like I've, for a long time, always had that kind of dread.
A 2021 study of 10,000 young people around the world found that an overwhelming majority were at least moderately worried about climate change. More than half reported emotions like sadness, anxiety, powerlessness, and guilt. And 3 in 4 said they thought the future was frightening.
What will the future be? Will we have a future? Like, are humans gonna make it, So those kind of questions are really, really heavy.
Do you feel like your generation's been left to save the world?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the pressure has been put on us. We feel that pressure, and that's kind of like dictating our actions and our steps towards the future.
For some, it has become such a burden, they are rethinking reproducing.
On one hand, I'm sure I'll want to someday, but on the other hand, like what lives would those children live?
I'm not sure if I'll have children on my own, but it is pretty tragic that we're actually reevaluating.
I don't know if I can really rationalize having kids in the kind of environment that we currently have and that we're creating. I mean, it's kind of hard to grapple with the fact that something that you might have once wanted, you can no longer have, not because of anything that you yourself might have done, but because the world has kind of made it so.
We ask at our intake sessions about different things that might worry kids and teens, and climate change has been a topic that's come up quite a bit, just anecdotally.
Dr. Kelsey Hudson is a clinical psychologist and researcher at Boston University, who, like an increasing number of clinicians, now treats young people for eco-anxiety.
So really what we're trying to do is help therapists become trained in how to talk about climate change. There's a kind of a growing understanding that government inaction is correlated with climate distress.
How important is it that young people, or really anyone, I guess, recognize that this eco-anxiety is real, it's a thing, and to seek treatment if they're feeling some of these feelings?
Experiencing climate-related emotions is a very natural and reasonable response to this huge crisis.
Emma now sees a therapist who specializes in eco-anxiety, and she's joined an environmental club that she says has turned into a sort of climate support group. Clubs like hers are popping up at schools and in communities all around the country for a generation that's turning their climate fear into action.
There's gotta be more action and less talk.
I like to frame it as we've been drafted into the climate fight.
The fact that I'm dedicating myself to this kind of is empowering in a way.
What types of things do you find help you?
It's kind of simple, but just being out in nature, really, if you're feeling worried or sad or anxious about the environment, go out and be with the environment.
A way to refresh and maybe see things through a new lens.
Do you have hope that we as a planet can still reverse things and make changes necessary?
I do have a lot of hope because I just don't accept that as our reality. Just the people that I'm going to school with and that I'm inspired by every day, just seeing how passionate and motivated they are about their beliefs and what they're trying to do, I can't help but feel hopeful for our future.
Wow, it seems like there is some great hope for the future if these are the students who are leading it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming up next on Today Climate, we are going to introduce you to 4 incredible women at NASA studying climate change.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Now, at Today Climate, we're spotlighting the women on a mission to save our warming world.
NASA's Earth Science Division studies our planet's climate by conducting missions here on Earth and up in space.
Ann Thompson went to NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, to learn more about the trailblazing women leading these impressive efforts.
As the consequences of our warming world become ever more apparent, these 4 NASA scientists, all women, work to understand what's happening now and reveal what could happen in the future.
From a scientific standpoint, is the world facing a climate crisis?
Well, certainly the changing climate and the distributed effects are creating challenges around the world.
And we see those extremes happening now, right? We see more pervasive drought, we see extreme rainstorms, we see changing nature of hurricanes.
This is not a future problem.
No, this is happening today. We see it day in and day out across the Earth system.
Leslie Ott is a climate scientist looking at where the carbon dioxide we create goes. Dahlia Kirschbaum focuses on climate change and landslides.
Some of the work that I do is looking at how landslides may be impacted by more extreme rainfall around the world.
Lola Fatoyimbo studies the role of forests and coastal marshes.
As they are making oxygen, they are taking up carbon dioxide and they are storing all that carbon in their vegetative matter.
So they're allies in the battle against climate change.
Absolutely.
Leading them, Karen St. Germain, the director of Earth Science for NASA.
NASA uses the unique vantage point of space, and that allows us to look at the whole Earth as a system, and that's the key to really understanding climate change.
NASA itself is changing. 50 years ago, in 1972, women made up 2.5% of NASA's permanent science and engineering force. Today, they account for just over 24%.
Should people be surprised that there are 4 women working on climate science at NASA?
I hope not.
Everywhere I go, working with the scientists at NASA, I see women, I see people of all different races and ages, and I think that's so important because that diversity of experience, life experience, leads people to ask different questions.
What is the barrier you see for young women to follow in your footsteps?
I think it's really important for young women and young students in general to know that you can be yourself, whoever you are, however you are, and still be a NASA scientist.
For these 4 women, the pursuit of science is rooted in the personal. Lola is the mother of 2 boys.
One of the key roles that we play as scientists is to not only do the science, but also to communicate it and to teach it to the next generation.
Dahlia has 3 children.
I work with my kids to talk about math and science so they're not scared. They really want to lean in and understand it.
Leslie was inspired by her scientist parents.
This was my parents' language for understanding the world, and that's what I grew up with, and I think that's really shaped, where I am today.
Karen, from what she saw as a climate researcher.
My earliest research in earth science was looking at Arctic ice, and it's been shocking to me how much Arctic ice has shrunk over the years.
Now, to help them understand the oceans and atmosphere, a new satellite mission called PACE for plankton, aerosol, cloud, and ocean ecosystem.
Here, let me give you a sneak peek of the satellite. As you can see, it's a work in progress, but once it's finished and launched, it will orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. It will completely cover the planet in 2 days, and it's expected to stay in space a minimum of 3 years.
Beth Weinstein is the project manager.
Hey, Beth.
Hi.
Ultimately, all those 3 instruments together, what will they tell scientists about what's happening here on Earth?
I mean, we're really just trying to understand how all these large parts of the Earth work together. How do the oceans work with the atmosphere? How does the changing ocean affect what's going to happen to us? So there's a lot of scientific questions that we hope to answer with our mission.
Though daunting, these scientists believe the solutions to climate change are within our reach.
Our endeavor, Earth Science, really is an international endeavor, so we partner with agencies around the world, all because when we work together, we can do more than the sum of what each could do individually. We can be more ambitious, and we think the challenges we're facing really demand that ambition.
Is that a template for solving climate change, for stopping climate change?
I think absolutely, because the Earth works as a whole system, we have to work together, and that can start with working together to understand what's happening.
So this is so cool because NASA's Earth observations are freely available to anyone who wants to use their data and can even help study our planet's climate by acting as a citizen scientist.
And that's it for us and our Today Climate Special. Climate change is real and complex, but with the tireless work of the amazing people we showcase today and the others that are still working out there, we know that there's definitely hope.
It does feel like there's some hope. Thanks to Ann, Morgan, Kristen, and Blaine for sharing these important stories today. And check out Today every day on all of our platforms for the very latest on our environment and how we can navigate our changing planet together.
Bye-bye.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest
biggest fans.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. I'm Elena Besser.
I'm Priyanka Naik.
I'm Kevin Curry, and we're whipping up our favorite 30-minute meals for the Today table.
Don't get me wrong, I love spending time in the kitchen to unwind.
But there are some days when you just want to get dinner on the table fast.
So today we're making 3 speedy recipes that are just perfect for busy weeknights.
I'm making a twist on falafel for all of you buffalo wing lovers out there.
I'm making a savory stuffed French toast.
I'm making chicken gyros that can be grilled up in a flash.
Set your timer
and set the table.
It's time to get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I absolutely love buffalo wings. I am so obsessed that I actually have a photo of wings hanging above my bed. Anyway, I also love the food and flavors from Israel. Half of my family lives there, and I am always inspired by their cuisine. So today, I am creating a mashup of my favorite foods, buffalo wings and falafel. The first thing I'm gonna do is jazz up my favorite hot sauce. So we are going to add in cubed butter to a saucepan over a medium heat, a nice gorgeous cup of hot sauce. You can use whatever favorite hot sauce you have on hand. And then for a little extra pizzazz, we are adding in some garlic powder. And we are going to whisk this together until all of that butter is melted and we have a nice, gorgeously orange sauce. And this is going to happen very quickly. Okay, we will set this aside. And let's get going on our falafel. So to save time in this recipe, because we really want to make sure that we keep it in the 30-minute mark, we are using canned chickpeas. I know this could be controversial. Don't tell my cousins back in Israel. We're gonna start by pulsing these up. See that? It looks really nice and ground up. So we are transferring these back into the bowl from whence they came, and we will mix up the rest of our ingredients. Shallot. A shallot is awesome. It's kind of like a combination of an onion and garlic. It has those nice garlic notes in it. So we are going to rock our knife back and forth like so until we get about a tablespoon's worth of shallot. And this is gonna go into our creamy dill sauce, which is basically like a fun yogurt-based version of ranch. I'm a ranch gal. If you're a blue cheese person, feel free to add a little bit of blue cheese to that mixture. Pop it into a little bowl. With the rest of this, since it's all going into the food processor, so I've got my shallot. I got 1 clove of garlic. We are now going to add in some chili flake. And then we are also going to add in some parsley. And we are adding in more of my favorite, the garlic powder. Hit it with a teeny bit of salt, a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. We're gonna give it a nice fine chop. But this is really giving us a gorgeous green color. It smells so fresh. Okay, so we're just gonna take this mixture and we are going to add it to our chickpeas. In order to make sure all of this falafel goodness binds together, we are going to add in some cornstarch. And then we are going to add in a little bit of baking powder to give it some lift. We're going to add some kosher salt as well. And then we are going to, again, fold this mixture together. I'm gonna go get a new pan so we can fry up our falafel. We're using neutral oil here. Pour that right into a heavy bottom skillet. I have a little scooper to help me create these into 1 ounce portions. You'll just kind of press that mixture into the cookie scoop, and then we're going to push it down. Okay, our oil is properly preheated. We have our falafel ready to rock. Let's fry these up. Make sure that you don't overcrowd the pan because we're going to wanna move these around a bit as they cook. And we wouldn't be able to do that if it's too crowded in there. Even before I flip these, you can see how it is starting to get nice and golden brown on the edges. That is what we're looking for, and that is when we know we're getting really close to flipping these falafel. Ah, yeah, check that out. Now that these are done and draining on a wire rack, I'm gonna sprinkle them with some salt. And then I'm gonna fry up this next batch, and when we get back, we will make our creamy dill sauce.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
My falafel is all fried up, and now I'm going to make a creamy dill sauce. Let's get into it. We have a beautiful cup of full-fat Greek yogurt here, and we're just gonna take that minced shallot that we prepared earlier. We wanna add in the juice and zest of some lemon. Take any of that extra zest that's hanging out. We will slice this lemon in half, and then citrus press, such a great tool. We are going to add in a little bit of kosher salt, some freshly ground black pepper. Just going to twist off those beautiful fronds of dill. We're looking for about 2 tablespoons of dill here. Add some garlic powder right on in. And because Greek yogurt tends to be on the thicker side, what I like to do is I like to add a little bit of room temperature water just to thin it all out and make it a more spreadable consistency for our pita. I love to create a little carrot salad to go with this. We're going to combine some dill pickles for a little extra brininess and some added crunch. We are just going to slice these into thin matchsticks. So we'll start by going lengthwise, really thin down those pickles, and we will take our knife and we'll just rock it back and forth to get these really nice thin strips of pickle. Put them into this big bowl here, and next up, it's carrot time. And we are going to start by just peeling the exterior off of these carrots, like so. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just gonna take our carrot, and from top to bottom, we are going to slice these carrots into beautiful ribbons. Look at that, gorgeous. Add that to the bowl and just keep on going. Next up, we are going to add the juice of our lemon, just to bring out even more brightness in this salad that we're creating. We also want to make sure that we add in our parsley, and we're going to bunch this on up and give it a nice fine chop. It's almost time for dinner. Okay, season it with a little bit more kosher salt, a little freshly ground black pepper, and then a nice drizzle of olive oil. So I'm just gonna give this a good toss. Beautiful. All of our components are done. I am ready to assemble the meze platter. Let's start with our carrot salad. So this is looking gorgeous. It is time to adorn our falafel in our sauce. So I'm just gonna take this sauce, take a brush, and brush it right over the tops. And then we're gonna do a little flipperoo. Make sure we get them on both sides. We've been working so hard to do this, so it's time. Let's get after it. This is the best way to get that sauce in every bite. Then we're going to take a little bit of our salad, pop that in the bottom, take a couple of our little falafel nuggets. I'm gonna put 3 in there. Yeah, full house. A little bit more sauce in there. Oh my goodness. Check it out. Hold for sound effects. Wow, it is warm and crunchy and fresh from that salad. The buffalo is giving me the perfect amount of heat, and that creamy dill, it just mellows it all out. I love this. I know your whole entire family is going to love this.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
One of my favorite food memories is enjoying the spicy egg-coated toast my uncle and auntie would make for us on our annual family trips to India. They lived on a large farm, so everything we ate was incredibly fresh. When I went vegan, I wanted to recreate that experience, but without those farm-fresh eggs. Well, guys, I think I've cracked the code with this recipe for my savory Indian French toast. Let's start things off with the vegan batter. Okay, so first we're gonna dice up 1 small red onion. We're actually gonna just give these a fine dice, and then we're gonna saute it up a little bit. So let's get our nonstick skillet on medium-high heat. And while that heats up, we're gonna coat it with some neutral oil. So let's get these red onions in. It's exactly what you wanna hear. You want them to evenly cook throughout. This looks awesome. Just wanna show you the coloring on this. They're nice and glossy. This is exactly what we want. So we're gonna turn the heat off and just let them sit. This is our next main component to the batter. So we're using Thai green chilies. I never de-seed chilies, nor should you. So we're basically just gonna run our knife through this and give this a rough chop. Now that we've minced up our green chilies, we wanna get started on our batter. So we're using chickpea flour, which we call basin flour at home, which is simply ground dried chickpeas. And to this, we're gonna actually whisk in some water. And you wanna do this gradually because the chickpea flour can easily clump up. So our batter is looking good. The next ingredient that we wanna prepare are some dried spices. So in my mortar and pestle, I'm gonna add one of my favorite spices from my masala dabbi, cumin seeds, or what we call jeera. So we're just gonna add the whole cumin seeds here. We're gonna take our pestle and we're gonna grind them down just to a rough grind. Okay, great. So we have a rough grind on our cumin, which is beautiful. So I'm gonna add that to our batter. And we're gonna add our green chilies, and we're gonna add some salt. And then we wanna add our sauteed onions. You're probably wondering, Priyanka, what is going on with the sauteed onions? Well, don't worry, they're waiting for us. So I'm gonna mix this up, and you wanna be gentle when mixing it because you don't wanna break up the chilies and the onions in there. And we have one more ingredient to add to our batter. Some fresh coriander. This is gonna add a lot of freshness and brightness. We're gonna get it right into the batter. Give that a quick mix. And now it's time to start assembling our French toast. So I wanna show you the selection of cheeses I'm working with here because this is super exciting. Not only because, 1, these are all so delicious, but 2, these are all vegan. So we have some smoked Gouda, then we have a cheddar here, which honestly, this looks like an artisanal cheddar that you could probably get at some like fancy cheese shop, but it's vegan. All right, so to our bread, we're gonna add our cheese. I'm gonna do smoked Gouda in this one. We're gonna do 2 slices. We're gonna close her up, and then it's battering time. Take your bread, give her a nice dunk. Nice and coated. Okay, to our hot skillet, we're gonna get in some vegan butter. We want the butter to melt and get nice and bubbly, just like it is here. So you wanna see that nice sizzle on the edges, and you'll see that it's starting to get golden. You could give it a little bit of a press to make sure that all sides of the bread are cooking evenly. We want to cook our French toast for about 5 minutes on each side. It should be a nice golden brown color, and that's when you'll know that the batter is cooked. This is looking fantastic. The color is great. You could see the cheese is melting. Feels crisp to touch. So we're gonna remove this bad boy. Let's build our second sandwich. So our sandwiches look amazing, but we still have some leftover batter. But we don't need to waste this because this is not like the traditional egg batter from a French toast. So we're actually gonna make my version of chewy, which are chickpea flour-based pancakes. So we already have our skillet here, and to this we're gonna add some neutral oil. We want a good amount of oil here because this is gonna be like a little bit like a shallow fry of the batter. Give these a flip. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for, that golden brown. We have our French toast, we have our chewy pancakes, so I'm ready to serve everything up. So what I like to do is I like to take the French toast and cut it in half so we can reveal the beautiful inside. So first we're gonna drizzle it with the traditional maple syrup. Now this might sound weird, but the sweetness of the maple syrup goes really well with the spice. Kind of think of it like eating bacon with maple syrup, but this is not bacon. We're gonna add a little bit of chaat masala. So chaat masala is probably one of the most widely used spice mixes in India, and it has a bunch of different spices like mango powder, which is a little bit tangy, black salt, which kind of has that umami salty flavor, cumin, coriander, so many things. And we're gonna add a little cheek of lemon because this is gonna add that freshness and brightness that's gonna go really well with every bite you take. There we have it. We're gonna take our French toast, we're gonna do a little dunk. Oh my God. It's like I never left India. The chilies, the coriander, they're so fresh and so vibrant, and I love the textures on this, and we did this all in just 30 minutes. How cool is that?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Gyros are an iconic Greek staple. Now, traditionally, the meat is stacked on a vertical spit so you can get a mix of crispy and juicy meat pieces. Thankfully, for my version, you don't need a giant spit in your kitchen. So my marinade is really simple. We're just gonna use a little bit of lemon. I'm gonna slice this. I'm gonna squeeze in some lemon juice. Squeeze it into a bowl. Also gonna be adding in some red wine vinegar. And then some personality for this. We're gonna keep it really simple and adding in some dried oregano. Pinch of salt and some fresh cracked pepper. Whisk this up. There you go. Now I'm gonna set this aside and we're gonna move on to our chicken breast. All right, so I'm gonna butterfly this chicken first just to get it a little bit thinner. And when we thin it out, you can have a much more even cooking throughout the chicken. Open it up and it makes a beautiful little heart just like this. So now we're gonna flatten this out a little bit more. I'm gonna take some plastic wrap. I'm gonna add one of the pieces to it. I'm gonna use this mallet. It's a little bit easier. We're just gonna flatten it out. If you have a rolling pin as well for baking, use that. Again, we're just trying to flatten this out. This is not a contest that you're at the local fair trying to win a teddy bear for somebody. So we're gonna add our piece of chicken right in here to our marinade. So I'm gonna let this rest at room temperature, but you can also do this as a make-ahead recipe and do it overnight, but not too long because your chicken will come out mushy. Now you can't have a gyro without a creamy yogurt sauce, and here is my speedy one. So we're gonna line a bowl with some heavy-duty paper towels and grate this cucumber right into the bowl. And the reason we're doing this is cucumber it's a whole lot of water. There we go, looks just like this. Now, I'm gonna make this sweat just a bit by adding in a pinch of salt. Now we're gonna set this aside, let this rest, and then prepare the rest of our sauce. Starting off here with some thick Greek yogurt, super high in protein. We're gonna make this really bright today. This whole lemon. And then I am a garlic lover. I know I like a little bit of breath stink in my recipe, so I'm gonna use at least one, but if you use two, I would not be mad about that at all. Garlic adds a whole lot of flavor. Hit it with a splash of vinegar, some red wine vinegar. I like dill, so I'm kind of heavy-handed with it. There we go. Pinch of sea salt, some black pepper. And then we're gonna finish it off with some heart-healthy olive oil. Again, this is my version. I don't want all the Greek grandmothers outside my door telling me, this is not right, Kev. No, this is just gyro-ish, tzatziki-ish, okay? Mix this together. Don't worry, I have not forgot about our cucumber. We're gonna mix this first. Look at that, beautiful, creamy sauce. Head back to check on our cucumber. Exactly what we want here. Squeeze it. You don't have to go overboard here either. I mean, if you're squeezing so hard that it's tearing through the paper towel, it could either be the paper towel or it could just be you, Hercules. And now just fold everything together. Look how beautiful this is. Our tzatziki is looking really good. It's time to get our veggies. Now our grill pan is nice and hot. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of avocado oil, just spray, boom. I'm gonna take our chicken, shake off some of the excess marinade. In goes the chicken. We love that sound. Pinch of salt, just a little pinch, not need much. So we're gonna cook this chicken for about 4 minutes on each side. Ready for the flip, here we go. 1, 2, 3, flipping it over, boom. Look at that beauty. Look at them grill marks, y'all. And as it's finishing up, I'm just gonna squeeze a little bit more lemon on there. Just some citrus love. Woo, look at that. Is it ready? And it lifts all the way up very easily. Boom. And if you need to, you can spray your grill pan just a little bit more. Shake off the excess marinade, and in goes the other piece of chicken. Now keep this grill hot. I'm gonna do a light spray, some oil. Now we still have the flavor from the chicken, the marinade there. I'm gonna put our pitas right on in there. Go ahead and gently press down, just make sure it's not burning. We just wanna cook it long enough where there's a little bit of color on there. All right, this is really nice. I'm gonna turn off our pan. So we let our chicken rest for about 5 minutes, so now all those juices won't run out as we slice it up. And now it's time to build our sandwich. We got our fresh veggies here. We're making gyros, we're making gyros. Okay, so we're gonna open up our pita here. Gonna add in some of our creamy tzatziki, and then add in some lettuce. Stuff it all the way up in there. Get some tomato, a little bit of onion action here. And then don't forget the feta. It's like a double cream factor with the tzatziki and then take our chicken and just load this bad boy up. Oh, wow. All right, this looks amazing. Can't wait to take a bite. I mean, if that was a mic, I'm dropping it right there. So darn easy, so darn delicious.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
Yes, totally. That was like the light bulb moment. I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. There was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world.
When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it?
Hi, everyone, and welcome to another edition of She Made It, where we highlight some amazing women who are building incredible brands and shaking up their industries. We hope you're hungry because this half hour is filled with entrepreneurs who found the recipe for success. It's our She Made It Food Glorious Food edition. We are going to meet women whose businesses keep us and our loved ones fed, healthy, and happy. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list featuring deliciously guilt-free products for everyone in your family. So let's dig in. And why not start with dessert? I love dessert for dinner. We're kicking things off with a She Made It that takes the cake. You've probably seen Amira Kassam's work all over social media. She's the brains behind the viral Rainbow Explosion cakes. We met up to talk about the business she built from scratch. Take a look.
I think it's so special to be able to know that you can create something out of nothing just to make someone happy.
Baker Amira Kassam is in the business of making people smile.
I'm so excited that you're here!
She is the co-founder of Flower Shop in New York City, home of the popular explosion cakes that have been sprinkling your Instagram feed. Amira has always loved to bake.
And you grew up baking with your mom?
Oh yes, every single day. It was so fun to be able to make something and then share it with someone that you love.
By 2011, at age 24, Amira moved from Los Angeles to New York City to work in the fashion industry, but she still found time to do what she loved the most.
I would bake for coworkers, bake for different people, and bring it to work. And one day I just decided I should sell a few of the little cake balls and things here and there in cafes here in New York. That's what I was realizing. I was waking up extra early before going to work to bake. And that's when my side hustle became my real hustle.
Amira's creations were selling like hotcakes. And a year later, without any culinary experience, she quit her full-time job to pursue a baking career.
It is really hard going from a steady paycheck to, I hope I sell a cake to pay rent.
Without enough dough to buy a website, Amira began posting photos of her cakes on Instagram.
So you would think, not a venture capitalist, you're thanking Instagram for, it's really responsible for your business.
Oh, 100%. It's really amazing how I went to school being told, you need to have this business plan and this whole thing and this much money and whatever, to just being like, I posted a picture on Instagram.
Flower Shop's Instagram quickly hit over tens of thousands of followers with Amira's out-of-the-box creations, even catching the attention of Instagram itself, naming her unicorn cake the most memorable trend in 2017. And soon, Amira was churning out cakes for celebrity clients like Katy Perry, Hilary Duff, and the Kardashians.
Look at the inside.
In just 5 years, and with the help from CEO husband Ross Harrow, Flower Shop is now a multi-million-dollar cake empire with a store in New York City and collaborations with Williams-Sonoma and Away. And for Amira, making people happy is icing on the cake.
I just want to spread joy, and really that's the message in everything that we do, because when you're sharing sprinkles, you're spreading joy.
And I couldn't pass up the opportunity to sprinkle joy with Amira.
We're just gonna make a mess because it's a playground here.
Okay, so now's the big moment.
3, 2, 1. Yay! Cheers.
Cheers, this is my breakfast.
Amira's energy is just magical, isn't it? She believes every day should feel like your birthday, and her favorite color
Rainbow, of course. Since our story first aired, it's no surprise she's released 2 books and Flower Shop launched lots of partnerships with Williams-Sonoma, most recently their birthday pancake kit. Now that we've splurged, we're going to tell you about a CEO who is making it easy for us to eat healthy. Rachel Drory founded her company Daily Harvest after noticing a lack of healthy, easy meals in the market. She made it her mission to provide convenience without sacrificing nutrition, all while freezing out her competition. Take a look.
If you have an idea, if there's a way to make something happen, you just go and do it and you figure it out as you go.
Rachel Drory is the founder and CEO of Daily Harvest, a subscription-based service delivering frozen prepared meals straight to your door.
Where we take care of food, so food can take care of you.
Growing up, Rachel always knew she wanted to start a company one day because business is in her blood.
My grandfather actually created one of the first answering systems for physicians and, just kind of created something from nothing. And this was a mentality that really resonated with my mother, who ended up running a chemical business.
It's that entrepreneurial spirit that stuck with the Daily Harvest founder, even while working long hours at her marketing job 6 years ago. So tell me how this all started.
I started Daily Harvest actually because I was hangry. And even though I knew the things I should be eating, I settled for things that were convenient instead. I would be in back-to-back meetings all day. At 3 o'clock, I'd find myself grabbing things like trail mix or stale birthday cake.
And you say to yourself, what? There has to be a better way?
There has to be a better way. It started taking its toll. I wasn't feeling great. My mind wasn't clear. I wasn't sleeping well. I was like, what is happening?
We've all been there at the time when we're on the run and we're grabbing things.
Totally. And it was in that moment where I was like, I need to solve this problem for myself.
So Rachel began prepping homemade frozen smoothie kits made from fruits and veggies ready to eat in minutes. And with $25,000 in savings, she launched Daily Harvest in 2015.
So in the early days, I did everything myself. My first team member was this hand and my second team member was this hand. I was buying the ingredients, putting everything together in a commercial kitchen. I also happened to have been like 9 months pregnant by the time this had all started. So I hired my nephews for $20 each to start delivering around New York City to really start testing the concept.
After just 2 months, Rachel left her full-time job and Daily Harvest grew in popularity, eventually expanding to oat bowls, soups, and even ice cream. This is amazing.
Our mission is we take care of food so food can take care of you. Starting with the farm, making sure that the food is incredibly fresh, incredibly nourishing, incredibly flavorful.
In 5 years, the mother of 2 scaled her superfoods company, raising $43 million in funding with the help of some celebrity investors. You have Serena Williams, Bobby Flay, and Gwyneth Paltrow as business partners. Was that the moment that you said this is going to be not big, but huge?
Yeah, that was a really big moment. But, for me, the biggest moment was actually seeing a box of Daily Harvest, like in front of somebody's front door, or like seeing somebody walk by holding a smoothie or a latte. That continues to blow my mind every time I see it.
With more people looking for nutritious and convenient meals at home, Daily Harvest has been thriving during the pandemic, growing into a $250 million business. I feel like a lot of people are looking for a new start. What advice would you give to other people out there who are saying, okay, I have this idea?
There's always a reason not to do something, but if you focus instead on why it might be a good time, it's a really powerful change in mindset that can really set you up to just go for it.
Since we spoke to Rachel, Daily Harvest has become a unicorn. That's a term given to startups who have a valuation of over $1 billion. Wow. Daily Harvest has expanded their products from soups to flatbreads. The flatbreads are amazing. And beyond. This year, they launched Harvest Bakes, a collection of ready-to-bake meals or shareable sides the whole family will love. Congratulations to Rachel and her team. Still to come, we're going to help stock your bar and your pantry. And oh yes, there will be ice cream. We'll be right back.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our She Made It Food Glorious Food Edition. This next woman isn't just an entrepreneur, she's a trailblazer with spirit. Vanessa Braxton's brand, Black Mama Vodka, is the first African-American woman-owned distillery in the United States. And here is her story.
Being born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, I've always enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the city. This inspired my entrepreneurial spirit. After leaving a career in engineering where I managed contracts worth millions, I launched my own company, Black Mama Vodka, in 2013. I wanted to start a spirit and beverage company to leave as a legacy for my children. 3 years later, I opened a manufacturing facility in Wyandanch, New York, and added loose teas, CBD teas, organic flavored agaves to the product line. When the pandemic hit, I pivoted, introducing hand sanitizers in less than 10 days, lending my manufacturing and distilling expertise to quickly produce what was needed to healthcare workers and first responders, which was one of the biggest highlights of my company. As a Black female entrepreneur, I'll continue to find ways to make a difference in my community, educate aspiring business owners, and teach the importance of building generational wealth for all.
Since we spoke to Vanessa in 2020, the Black Mama Vodka facility has expanded and provides contract manufacturing and distilling for other liquor brands too. They've recently started making gin, whiskey, vermouth, and other liquors under the Black Mama brand's umbrella. So awesome. Turning now to a mom who did something that seems impossible. She made peanut butter better. She created something so delicious, you are going to go nuts for it.
My name is Radhika Murari, and I am the owner and founder of Homemade Peanut Butter. Like so many mompreneurs, my business started with my son, Karan. Swimming is a huge part of our summers here in Reston, Virginia, and I wanted Karan to have a yummy, nutritious snack that would fuel his fun. After a lot of trial and error, I figured out how to make creamy, delicious peanut butter from local Virginia peanuts. Karan and his friends loved it. Then one of my friends had a taste, and she encouraged me to try selling it. So I did, around the neighborhood and in local farmers markets. A year later, we were on the shelves of Whole Foods. Today, Homemade Peanut Butter comes in 10 flavors, from Chai Nirvana, loaded with Indian aromatics, to Espresso Ecstasy, inspired by my love of Italian espresso. My favorite? Coconut Bliss. I look forward to spreading the Homemade love for years to come.
And since I met Radhika, Homemade has seen a 700% increase in sales thanks to her appearance on our show, and have launched 4 new flavors, including Hella Hot, which is based on Indian street food spices, and Matcha, peanuts with green tea powder. Homemade peanut butter shipping miles since our first She Made It feature aired, 239,760. That's all the way to the moon. Wow. Coming up, the scoop on the freshest ice cream you can find. Plus, if you're craving something hot, we'll meet a mother and daughter who came up with a super idea. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. I bet you've never heard of Everything Bagel ice cream. Well, it's time now for one of our sweetest editions of She Made It. And I have a chip on my shoulder with this one. All right, enough puns. Promise you'll get that joke in a second. Jenny Britton Bauer hopes her ice cream will become a household name. She works directly with farmers to create fresh, unique flavors. And I traveled to Columbus, Ohio to get the scoop on how she made it.
Ooh, okay, let me try.
Jenny's is a community of people devoted to making the best ice creams the world has ever known.
What a beautiful, happy store. And you walk in and you can't help but smile.
I think of entrepreneurship as building your own world, and this is our world. It's this beautiful place of flavor and optimism and forward thinking and all of these wonderful values that we all share.
Founded in 2002, Jenny's Splendid Ice Creams has grown a solid fan base and topped over $50 million in sales last year alone. But for founder Jenny Britton Bauer, it's about much more than profits.
So tell me how this all started.
I was studying art history and fine arts at Ohio State, and I was working at a pastry shop, and I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life, and then I found ice cream.
Jenny left school and poured herself into library books, learning how to make ice cream.
So what do you love so much about ice cream?
First of all, it melts in this beautiful, perfect way, and as it melts, it blooms and releases flavor. It's almost magical, you know what I mean? Because it's solid and it's liquid, it's frozen, but it's not all the way frozen, and it is a moment in your day that you'll be present with.
In 1996, Jenny opened her first shop, Scream, at a local farmer's market in Columbus, Ohio.
I learned about seasonality from farmers and how to work together with people. I learned about cheeses and herbs and spices and chocolates and baked goods and wines and just anything you can imagine under that roof, and I made ice cream out of all of it.
But the eve-changing artisanal flavors weren't an easy sell, and Jenny had to close up shop.
I thought I was walking away from ice cream. It had been a difficult 4 years, and I had burned out in a big way.
This is my kind of kitchen, a test kitchen in ice cream.
It took 2 more years and a bank loan for Jenny to relaunch her business, this time with her signature flavors and putting her name behind the brand. And that recipe worked. Today, Jenny has 45 scoop shops around the country.
When was the moment, or did it not come yet, where you said to yourself, I made it, okay, I can exhale?
You know what? It's never happened. And I've never had that moment of like, oh, phew,
right.
Now it's okay.
You've talked so much about your path And it seems like resilience is really what you're built on.
Yeah, I think a lot about this idea of blazing your own path. You're gonna fall, it's gonna be hard, and every time you make that sort of stumble or something doesn't work, you now have information that everybody else doesn't have, something that's unique in the world. You have to keep going.
Jenny has kept going with over 200 employees while still using farm-to-table ingredients.
So I think that if you focus on making people happy, and I mean like one person at a time, I think that everything else kind of falls into place.
One scoop at a time.
One scoop at a time.
Well, get this. Jenny's has more than doubled in revenue in the past 3 years since our story aired, growing over 45% in 2021. Jenny's most talked about ice cream flavor, Everything Bagel, made its long-awaited comeback this March. It's a savory, salty, buttery flavor that's been met with varying reviews. Now we want to introduce you to a super mother and daughter duo who started a small business and turned it into something big. Sarah Polon and her mom, Marilyn, wanted to change the world and how we eat, one bowl at a time. On a cold winter day in Washington, D.C., I found the perfect refuge.
Za'atar roasted carrot with white beans. That ain't your mama's carrot soup. Southwestern quinoa and black beans. So this is a protein powerhouse.
Everyone is like a burst of flavor.
Today we have our #1 all-time seller, West African peanut stew.
What would you say is so different?
All of these soups are brimming in plant-based protein, fiber, seasonal ingredients, all natural.
I can tell you why it's so amazing. It's incredible.
For mom and daughter, Marilyn and Sarah Polon, owners of Supergirl, the philosophy is simple.
If you have a good bowl of soup, it is the perfect food.
Yeah, I've never seen so much passion about soup. And wait, you really feel, I can feel how much you believe in it. 10 years ago, Sarah served up laughs instead of soup.
My Jewish mother's been nagging me about accessorizing. I had been a comedian in New York, moved here, was working in the travel business, trying to still perform and write, but had kind of lost my way.
That is until she had an aha moment reading a book about food in America. And with that, Supergirl was born. Vegan, locally sourced soups that are good for you and the planet. And Sarah knew the perfect person to partner up with.
I started making soup, and then Sarah would take a whole bunch of the soup, have her friends over, serve bread and wine, and people would taste the soup. We didn't even know what people liked. We started from nothing with like a pot and a spoon.
Explain to people what the CAO is.
I am the Chief Anxiety Officer. It is my role to worry and to say, how can you do that? I don't think you can do that. It's too much. And she doesn't listen to me, but I do provide a role. I do.
You gotta worry. You need that teaspoon, tablespoon, quarter cup, a cup of worry to make sure you're making the right decision.
Turns out, a spoonful of worry is the magic ingredient.
That is the caraway seeds.
Yeah.
Since 2008, Supergirl has taken off, opening 2 retail locations and getting into stores like Costco and Whole Foods. And last year, Sarah and Marilyn took Supergirl to Shark Tank.
We have cracked the code to the perfect soups.
The sharks love the soup, but not enough to bite.
Perfection is the enemy of profitability. I'm out.
Although no offers were made, sales skyrocketed. So 2008, you're at $0. Where is the business now?
Multi-million. Yeah, we're 3 million and growing.
Amazing. Flying high with Supergirl, Sarah ladles out this advice to fellow female entrepreneurs.
Don't stop yourself by trying to dot all your I's and cross all your T's, and ask for help, especially from fellow female business owners. Plan, but at a certain point, let go and dive in.
Sarah told us that after they aired on our show, their website completely crashed with all the orders that were coming in. Sorry, guys. Well, not sorry. This month, Supergirl will be launching in Amazon Fresh. Their soups and gazpachos will be available throughout the East Coast and South. And there's still more to come. Hope you saved room, because up next, it's my She Made It list. Women-owned small businesses serving up some healthy and delicious options. We'll be right back.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I have even more delicious female-founded brands that I'm so excited to share with you on my She Made It list. Here are scrumptious businesses that will get you and your little ones excited to eat healthy meals without sacrificing flavor and fun. All right. First, we have Lil Gourmet Veggie Meals. Founder Shabani Baluya got the inspiration to start Lil Gourmets from life experiences and medical research. Her long struggle with infertility led her to a cleaner diet, and she eventually eliminated all processed foods. Eventually, she had her son Jaden, but as a busy mom, she struggled to find foods that she felt good feeding him. She then began cooking all of her son's food using a variety of ingredients, particularly vegetables and spices. Knowing there were other parents like her who wanted better for their kids, but were too time-stretched to do it all, she decided to launch Lil Gourmets to provide fresh, flavorful, veggie-first meals that our little ones will love. They have 6 flavors, which all feature veggies and beans as their primary ingredients, delivering more than 1 serving of beans or vegetables per cup with no added salt or sugar. And because their meals have hummus-like texture, you can feed Lil Gourmets to your kiddos when they age up to toddler so they can learn to dip delicious crunchy veggies away. And they come in such cute packaging. All right. Next up, Avik. It's a modern cocktail mixer made with real ingredients. First off, I love this. The brand is named after the French word for with, because that's how they're meant to be enjoyed. With alcohol, with friends, with family. Bronx native, Harvard alum, and former advertising executive Dee Charlemagne never had any mixology experience besides the cocktails she made in her own Harlem apartment. After a lot of trial and error, I'm sure that was fun, she brewed up something impressive. Mixers made with 80 to 90% less sugar, flavored with real juice and botanical extracts. After receiving funding from Pharrell Williams' Black Ambition program and raising over $1.5 million in funding, Avik has seen remarkable growth, selling over 500,000 cans since launch and retailing in 100 stores. They come in flavors like jalapeno and blood orange, hibiscus and pomegranate, and yuzu and lime. Yum. Can't wait to dig into those. And last up, a favorite guilt-free treat, Smart Sweets. Smart Sweets founder Tara Bosch is on a mission to help people kick sugar and keep candy. Who can't get on board with that? As a student at the University of British Columbia in Canada, she launched her first business selling vinyl and chalkboard wall tiles for students and renters. But her love affair with candy turned into an unhealthy relationship with food, so she went on a quest to create the future of candy. Months of recipe testing, how much fun, with a gummy bear mold from Amazon led to the launch of Smart Sweets in August 2016, which grew into a multi-million-dollar brand within its first 6 months on store shelves. This is the candy we all know and love with up to 92% less sugar than traditional candy. That's just 2 to 4 grams of sugar, for the whole bag. Wow. Childhood classic flavors include cola gummies, sweet fish, sour melon bites, and red twists, and more. To date, Smart Sweets has helped people across the U.S. and Canada kick over 3.9 billion grams of excess sugar out of traditional candy. You can find them on their website, Amazon, and across supermarkets in the U.S. and Canada, including Target. Well, that is all for She Made It Food Glorious Food Edition. Thanks for watching, and remember to shop these small businesses. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or head over to today.com/shop. I'm Jill Martin, and I'll see you next time. Have a great day.
Can I ask you a very basic personal question?
A basic personal question?
Yes.
How have you managed to sandwich those two together? Go for it.
Your family at home, do you miss them?
Yes, I think, especially over the last 2 years, for most people, have they not missed their family, right? The inability to be able to get home and see them. Of course, that's a huge part of it.
But do you miss your brother, your dad?
Look, I mean, for me, at the moment, I'm here focused on these guys and these families and giving everything that I can, 120% to them, to make sure that they have the experience of a lifetime.
Yeah.
That's my focus here. And then when I leave here, I get back and my focus is my family, who I miss massively.
You do, I bet.
Of course I do. They're two little people, you know, and as much as it is every single day you're with them and trying to work and trying to juggle, you know, being a parent and all the other bits and pieces that come with this new life that we've got. That's a constant balance.
Invictus, are you ready? And together you are healing and teaching the world as you go. And you as individuals are people of substance, of resilience, of strength, and of heart. You have the heart of Invictus.
So we've been talking about the Invictus Games, and there was one woman who came up to me yesterday, and she said something that totally struck me in my soul. She said, the Invictus Games saved my life. And I said, what? She said, they saved my life. She said, I don't have a physical ailment, but I have mental illness. I have PTSD. And I was on the verge of suicide. And I saw the advertisement for these games, and they saved my life. How does that land for you?
Third hand, it still feels amazing. But every single games that I go to, I hear the same thing from so many of them. And it's not just from the competitors, it's from their families as well. It feels amazing that we've managed to play a part in their recovery, but it also makes me incredibly sad to know that that's how dark it was for them. But then you see these individuals who have been labelled or diagnosed with PTSD, which rolls off the tongue really easily for most people. But I would say 99% of the time, the individuals that I meet that have been diagnosed with PTSD is actually PTSI. It's an injury, it's not a disorder. Because you're here doing this in front of these cameras, with these lights, with this crowd, with these noises, all the things that trigger you. And you're now here playing sport, representing your country. Is your doctor still telling you that you have a disorder, or that perhaps it's an injury and that you can actually heal from it and you can get better from it?
You know what I was so struck by with her too? She told the truth. I feel like people here are open. They just say it. I have this issue. This is in me. This injury's inside me. And they're not afraid to say the words. And I think that's important.
Look, it's certainly the comfort of being within this community gives them that opportunity, but I've always believed that so much of what happens within this community is so relatable to the outside community as well. Like what these guys, girls, kids, families, what they've all been through and what they continue to go through, everybody else can take so many lessons from them. So many, rather than having to go through the whole thing again and we're thinking, what do I do? Where do I turn? How do I get through this? Oh, I'm feeling anxious, or I'm depressed. It's like, look no further than this community, this entire community, because whether you're a mum, dad, grandparent, kid, or a service member yourself, remove the uniform from this. That's the biggest advice that I can give everybody who's watching it at home, is just remove the uniform, right? Because whether it's physical trauma or mental trauma, we are all susceptible to it, and more so now than we've ever been before because of the state of the world. So again, these are ambassadors leading the charge.
I feel like for you too, I mean, you've spoken about obviously mental health issues. When you put that heavy backpack down, like people are lugging stuff around, when you finally put it down, do you feel yourself like peaceful?
I think everyone ends up feeling lighter, I think is the best way to describe it. For so many people, it's about management. You know the things that trigger you, therefore you try and stay away from that. Or you change your daily routine to shop at different hours and not take the underground or the subway that you guys call it. I think it's unique to everybody. But what I do know is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel for absolutely everyone.
Everybody.
And whenever you've hit your rock bottom, the darkest point, that getting your life back on track, the distance between that really is down to mindset and what you are willing to, or what you are brave enough to go out and get. If you want it, go and get it. And if you've got that support structure around you, then that time lapse is going to be
compressed.
compressed.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I feel like the only thing, and I'm speaking for myself, and I don't know if you feel the same way, the only thing I want in my life is to feel like peaceful. That's it. And that feeling of feeling at ease and peaceful is like there's not a dollar you can put on it. And I'm wondering for you, you've lived in the United States for 2 years. Do you feel peaceful now?
I don't know how many people feel truly peaceful, you know? At times I feel massively at peace, but with everything that's going on in the world and trying to help and trying to use the platform and the influence to try and steer people to trying to help. And again, like, I think the biggest concern or the biggest issue that people wrestle with on a daily basis that does provide more anxiety for me and for them is the helplessness, right? Is not being able to help. An individual or a problem that's somewhere around the world. And we as human beings are compassionate people. But when your life becomes really hard, it can be, for some, harder to find the compassion for other people. It's hard enough for me. I don't have anything left to give. But what I've learned over the years is, certainly for myself, I find healing in helping others. And I think that, to me, certainly after the last 2 years of COVID, and the ongoing COVID, is putting the sort of the way that the story has been told to one side, but the realities of what's happening within the communities around the world is people have come to help other people. And I think that's what we should really be focusing on.
I love that. You know, I feel like life happens on a random Wednesday. Like, here's an example. Some people say, oh my God, I'm going to go on a vacation. My life's going to be great. And it's like exclamation points. The vacation, the graduation, the marriage, the baby, those are all up here. The other exclamation marks are down here. It's like sad things that happen, loss, divorce, whatever. Most of life is Wednesday. It doesn't have the highs and it doesn't have the lows. It's just Wednesday. So for you, how's your Wednesday? Like, how's life?
I'm glad you say it's a Wednesday rather than a Monday.
Yeah.
I still get, well, I used to get, for a long time, for most of my life, Sunday night blues.
Yeah.
So that whole school feeling of, right, Sunday night, you're going back to school, and it's like waking up at school on a Monday morning going, ugh. And then when you move on to sort of employment, and it's like, ugh, Monday morning again, here we go. So yeah, Wednesday's a midweek.
What's it like, though? Because it's your wife, it's your kids. What's a Wednesday like for you? Random.
What's a Wednesday like? Like it revolves around the kids as much as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Like this whole working from home stuff is not all it's cracked up to be. Certainly post-COVID, because it's really hard. Like we've got our office at home, and we're working there solidly. But then the kids are there. Archie's at school at the moment, which is great. So for the morning section, he's there with his friends. And Lily's now already 10 months old. But when your kids and you are in the same place, it's really hard to separate the work from them, because they kind of overlap. So, I mean, Archie spends more time interrupting our Zoom calls than anybody else.
Does he have your personality?
But he also gets us off them as well, so that's also a nice thing.
Is he kind of like you? He's got a little bit of your thing.
What's my thing?
Your cheeky thing, that thing you do.
Yeah, no, I think so.
Yeah.
He's look, I'll always try and keep that. I think that, the cheekiness is something that keeps you alive. As I said, there's so much to be happy about in the outside world, but there's also so much to worry about. But I do my sort of mantra now every day is, and it's a dangerous one, because I need to make sure that I don't have burnout, but is trying to make the world a better place for my kids. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing kids into this world, right? It's a responsibility that I feel as a parent, that you probably feel as a parent as well, and we can't fix everything. We know that.
Yeah.
But what we can do is be there for each other, and I think that surge, that wave, just as it happens here in Invictus. You throw in one of the team was just saying this in the UK team. They were just saying a huge thank you to us for putting it on. They said it's amazing what we've created, because again, in a pond you throw a stone, plop, and the ripple effect that it has to so many people here in this community, I believe, happens on the outside of this park as well. So that's what this is about. Is again giving a platform to the people who I think and know that they always want to serve.
You're a great ambassador for this whole thing. You obviously made a lot of news recently. You came home to the UK. You saw your grandmother. How was that?
It was great. It was really nice to see her. Be able to see her in some element of privacy was nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I haven't been back to the UK. I haven't had a chance to go back to the UK for a couple of years, apart from those 2 times. One for my grandfather's funeral, and one for unveiling a statue of my mum. So those were the 2 chances of getting back to the UK.
How did it feel being back? Being with her?
Being with her, it was great. It was just so nice to see her. She's on great form. She's always got a great sense of humour with me, and I'm just making sure that she's protected and got the right people around her.
Well, you make her laugh. That's what she always says. Did you do it again?
Yes, I did. Both Megan and I had tea with her, so it was really nice to catch up with her. And home for me now is for the time being, it's in the States. And it feels that way as well.
Does it?
Yeah. We've been welcomed with open arms.
You have.
And it's got such a great community up in Santa Barbara.
So you feel like that's home more for you?
Yeah.
Is that weird to say?
No, but I'm sure it'll become a thing.
That's all right. Your grandmother's going to be 96 day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
What's the best thing about her?
I don't know what the best thing about it is. To be honest with you, it's her sense of humour and her ability to see the humour in so many different things. We have a really special relationship. We talk about things that she can't talk about with anybody else.
I love that.
So that's always a nice piece to it. But I think after a certain age you get bored of birthdays.
You do? You think she's bored of her 96? She won't be bored of the Jubilee, will she?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. she's had a few Jubilees now, so everyone is slightly different. But I'm sure she's looking.
Do you
forward
think
to
you'll come for the Jubilee?
I don't know yet. There's lots of things with security issues and everything else. So this is what I'm trying to do, trying to make it possible that I can get my kids to meet her.
Yeah. Are you waiting for that day?
It's a huge part of it. Yeah.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. From season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I was thinking about a new life. Like, you got a whole restart.
Mm-hmm.
You have a whole new focus, a whole new nucleus. How does that land with you?
No, I think the focus is very much the same. Right?
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh.
certainly from my own, my wife's point of view.
Yeah.
For the two of us, you know, this was a life that she signed up for,
Mhm.
and that we were committed to doing together as a couple
Mhm.
forever.
Mhm.
Because of the circumstances, we've now moved that life of service to the States, and we'll continue
Mhm.
to do what we were doing before. So in that regard, nothing's changed for us. It's just a little bit more complicated to
Yeah.
have to sort of restart, if you know
Sure,
what I mean,
sure.
from a blank canvas.
Sure. Tell me about how involved you are as a dad. What do you love about fatherhood?
Oh, what I love about fatherhood.
Yeah.
All of it. The chaos, the learning, the reminder of just every element of yourself, your soul, right? Just it, when you're not a parent, you can get sucked into all sorts of different stuff, and you maybe sometimes forget who you are. And suddenly as a parent, especially now Archie at the age he's at, asking all the questions.
What does he
All the
ask?
questions. It just, those questions of the whys.
Yeah.
He's into the why stage.
Yeah, yeah.
Why this, why that, why that? And
Uh-huh.
instead of just trying to, like, I don't know, move it on, I give him the most honest answer that I can, and then it goes on and on and on until he's satisfied, and then that's it, it's done.
Yeah.
Otherwise it ends up with, because the world is round and that's the way that life is.
That's just the way it goes.
So, you know, it's like, I love it. I love every part of it. I've said this years and years and years, I've always wanted to be a dad, I've always wanted to have my own kids, and now I've got two little people who I'm responsible for. You know?
Do you tell them, or do you tell Archie, since he's old enough, about your mom?
Yes, yeah, very much so. I don't tell him all the stuff that happened, but certainly that this is, you know, Grandma Diana, and we've got a couple of photos up in the house. Bob is here with these guys and give them the support I can, and try to work out what and how I'm going to do my closing speech.
Yeah, what are you going to say?
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. But I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm going to say. I struggled for the 24 hours before the opening ceremony. My biggest struggle was trying to find the right words for Team Ukraine.
I knew. You know what? It was so poignant and beautiful. I was going to say, I watched that speech.
But I don't know. And even being interviewed with the Dutch television crew, they were like, "You said this. What did you mean by that?" And I said, "I just was saying that we can. Words are one part of it, right? But there must be so much more that we can do. And then when you speak to them and you see them and you hear their stories, I worry about them, and I worry about all of us once we leave these games. They're the ones that have to get on a bus and head back into a war zone, and then take off their Invictus strip and put back on their uniform, and then, you know, go and stand in a trench. If that's the world that we're living in now, it's, again, as a parent more than anything, it's really hard to swallow that and be there on the stage and be in a position where all you can really do is help with words, when I really want to be able to use this week at this opportunity to somehow try and, I guess, encourage more than that.
Do you, just lastly, in this moment or in these moments, do you ever feel your mom's presence? Because when you were talking just then about how much this means to you, like I had this feeling just now.
Yeah, no, for me, it's constant. It has been over the last 2 years, more so than ever before. It's almost as though she's done her bit with my brother, and now she's very much like helping me. Got him set up, now she's helping me set up. That's what it feels like, you know. He's got his kids, I've got my kids. You know, the circumstances are obviously different, but no, I feel her presence in almost everything that I do now. But definitely more so in the last 2 years than ever before, without question. So she's watching over us.
I'm sure she's proud of you.
I'm sure she is.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
At the Invictus Games, displays of courage and perseverance are everywhere you look. It's a message Prince Harry hopes everyone will hear as he cheers on sick and wounded servicemen and women as they compete, like Joel Rodriguez, a retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant.
Rugby is my jam. I love rugby.
Did you play it before your accident?
So no, I played all American sports, basketball, baseball, football.
Yeah.
And then I got hurt. So I was like, okay, I can play basketball. And then my physical therapist came and was like, you know, there's a sport that I think you'd like to play. And I was like, sure, take it out. At this point, I've been in the hospital for about a week, 2 weeks. I was like, just get me out of this place. I just want to see the sun.
Care.
So she took me to go see rugby. And I still had this neck brace on, and I was in a power chair. And I was like, put me in this thing. And my wife looked at me and was like, absolutely not. You just broke your neck. I was like, put me in this thing.
The idea of like charging a wheelchair into someone else's wheelchair.
I mean, and these guys were flipping each other over. And right there, I was like, oh, I'm playing this.
Okay, so Joel, for those who may not realize, you are incredible at wheelchair rugby, wheelchair basketball. You were on the track because I saw you. You're swimming. You do all of these sports.
Yes, ma'am.
That's you. What? Just tell me about it. Like you're like a multi-athlete.
I mean, to be in these games, I think it improves.
Yeah.
You should be a multi-athlete. I think it improves every sport if you're a multi-athlete. You know, a lot of this is my second Invictus, so a lot of the newer guys ask me, what should I train on? And I'd say train a little bit in everything, but train your bigger muscle groups, because if you train those bigger muscle groups, it kind of helps you with everything.
You know where I was yesterday during the 400 meters? I was standing between your wife, who had your son up on her shoulders, and your mother. And you were making your way around the track, and everyone was cheering and screaming, and your mother started yelling, "That's my son. That's my son." Everyone was weeping around her, and it just struck me that this is a family affair. This isn't just about you.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, my whole family has been a great support system, even after injury. I mean, before injury, they were always with me, and then after injury, I mean, it's huge to have that support. You know, I've seen a lot of injuries come in and out, and sometimes they just don't have that support system, and could lead you to a dark place. I'm very happy and fortunate and blessed that I have this family.
Can I ask you, because in 2014 when you had your accident, a lot of people would have thought these are the cards I'm dealt. This is what I get, and I have to live with this. And maybe have taken it kind of slowly through life. You did the total opposite, man. You went all the way in.
You said cards, and that's funny because when my wife came to see me in probably a day after my surgery, she was like, "Are you okay?" I said, "Well, these are the cards I have, so I have to play them." And I said, "So I'm just gonna do what I can to be the best person I can in this situation." And I mean, I'm still doing it. That's all we can do.
Harry, what do the Joels mean to you? I mean, you're watching these guys on the track. You just saw them play rugby, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to watch these guys and women just shine like this?
I think, as far as I'm concerned, they've shone throughout their careers anyway, right? This whole thing started from my experience back in Afghanistan, 2007, 2008, and to see what these individuals were doing, but not being celebrated for, because no one asks for it, right? You sign up and that is your service, and then when you come home, no one really talks about it, and in some instances you find the right community to be able to talk about it, but otherwise it's just like you're back into reality, right? A different version of reality to so many, but for to be able to see Joel and his family just flourish in moments like this, it means everything. But it comes back to the very simple thing, which is the power of sport. Not just physical, but the mental rehabilitation that it takes is phenomenal. But none of it would be possible without the mindset.
Yeah.
And that mindset, so much of it,
Yeah.
I believe, comes from the training that we've all had. So whether that's in the US at Walter Reed, or whether it's maybe somewhere else in the UK at Headley Court or Celiac Hospital, the banter between the individuals. It's this continual encouragement 100%. That even if the doctor turns around to you and says, "I'm really sorry, but you're probably never going to walk again," that to most of these guys is like, "I'm going to prove you wrong." And 9 times out of 10, if not every time, they do. So they are proving that the impossible is entirely possible, mainly with the strength of a mindset saying, "I can achieve anything. I've done this before. I'm going to do it again."
My gosh, because you're right. This is my first time.
I am, because she apparently cried like 10 times yesterday.
You know why? I'll tell you why. Because it's meaningful. Yep. Because it matters. And when you're here, you really do feel it. This is my first time at the Invictus Games, so I didn't know what to expect when I came here. Yeah. I was so blown away because it's not about sport. It's not just about sports. It's not just about competition. It's not just about camaraderie. It's something bigger than all of that. Like, I couldn't even put my finger on it. It was like soulful. What is it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe we're different on answers, but for me, it's purpose.
Yeah.
These guys. They were serving, they signed up to serve. For most of them, they were willing to serve, or at least committed to serve for 20, maybe 30 years in some instances.
I for sure was a lifer.
Yeah, and then suddenly in your 20s or your 30s, you are literally, your life has changed, right? Some form of injury has then stopped you from being able to do the one thing that you loved, and that one service towards your country. So the Invictus family is the continuation of service. Right, so much of the sport is helping and healing them as the individual and them as a family. But what they are again proving to the rest of the world is that whatever you come up against, whether it's physical or mental trauma, that you can actually get through it. And I think that message now more than ever, and I say this every year, but now more than ever, is so important, because for too long we have associated trauma with those in uniform, and probably then even more so just on operations rather than at home, as opposed to no, trauma is every single one of us. Right, that can affect our lives deeply.
Yes.
So these guys, in my mind, are ambassadors, because they're the first ones to go through on such a scale, and now they're continuing to serve and continuing to lead, and that's huge.
Beautiful.
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win the wheelchair rugby?
I think USA is gonna. Actually, I know USA is gonna take it all the way.
There you go.
I mean, we just had to clean up a little things. I said it to my teammates. They didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. We had 3 unforced errors, and guess how much we lost by? 3.
See?
I think the final's going to be pretty epic.
You remember what my son said to you as soon as he saw you?
The first time he saw me was, can I see the princess?
Is that what
I
he
was
said?
like, okay, well, I get that a lot now.
Do you?
And it's like, hi, nice to see you. Where's your wife?
That's exactly what.
Okay, fine.
He's like, hi, can I see the princess?
I'm really sorry, she's not here right now. Can you leave a message?
And then he was like, okay. He went out.
You're like,
went to play with his toys.
How does it feel to be second
It's always
banana?
a tricky one with kids as well.
I
You know,
know.
the kids is like, hey, where's your crown and cape? It's like, we don't actually have that, but
Thank you.
That is
There
so-
you go. There you go. Joelle, thank you, honey. That was great.
Prince Harry carrying on his mother's commitment to making the world a better place as he honors those who triumph.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan. This is the moment.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Hi there, all of you watching Today All Day. We've got a great Pop Star Plus coming up for you. Coming up, the hilarious and super talented Amber Ruffin joins our What I Watch series, sharing the show that perfectly depicts her childhood. Plus, on the way in our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Pop Star Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of the Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo! What it do, baby boos? What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson, still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character-driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. They found a new take on, the bully and a new take on the nerd. Like, it's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food. And that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says. But the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin and, being his gentle self and, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watch that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question, but what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high, but it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school that it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business, I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to
I need you to beat them up,
Yeah.
Gigi. Like, it just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, like I told you, he wouldn't care. This is literally like the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me you just too.
I tried. I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt, it was too soon. It's too soon, it's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it, never will. Great show, I'll never see it. What I watch that I'm obsessed with right now, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments, but it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield, I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million, I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. So interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. And too young to remember it being on television. But I watched it, I guess I saw it, you know, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, you know, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever farm with his mom. And about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue. They need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog. Would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and just like, I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks. And then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and like, I just lost my mind. And I called my husband, and I'm like, I can't get rid of her. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show. Fine, we can keep her. Like, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good. But there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need, you know, hypoallergenic or whatever, like you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, I mean, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, you know, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's going to work in your family. I mean, you can find such great animals, and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training, and she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? Like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. I mean, she'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people keep they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just like want to keep petting her. But like the next day she might be like, I don't really I'm not like feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, you know, like she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now like when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and like on a day off when sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She like, I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. Like she runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and she just, animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely like calm people down, I think. And so yeah, she's just made my life better in every single way, minus the dog hair. But she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. Like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into...
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake, and like it was something I could really, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character and the fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom. It was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that, people like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode, who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch I had such a great time with, and all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my gosh, Raquel Welch, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week, and it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. Some of the guys from like Baywatch and, like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses. And it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. We had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they're in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, not just me, the whole show, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. They might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything,
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I liked the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things. I love doing that show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time, talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. We have the same sense of humor. Yeah, she's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode, actually the one that tickles me the most because it was so different. There was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode, I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
Uh-huh. I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs. Oh, boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I loved the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom.
Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, "Today," that was your favorite, your favorite song, and "Today you can call me Bill."
Emily would tease me, saying, "If only your name was Bill, then this could be our song." Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill. and this is our song.
That was wonderful. You know, he was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. Why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Popstar today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
Hello, everybody watching Today All Day. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday. A big thanks for tuning into our digital show, Today in 30.
What did you
Just
say?
rolls off the tongue, Tuesday.
Nobody says that. Okay, it's a busy morning in Studio 1A. We've got a lot of ground to cover, including reaction to Elon Musk's $44 billion deal to take over Twitter. Some are hailing the move, others are questioning it, including Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. We'll have the very latest.
Then we got to share some laughs with Sarah Silverman when she stopped by. She told us about her newest project. It is a musical based on her best-selling memoir called Bedwetter.
Yeah, indeed. And guess what? After Jenna surprised me with an office makeover with the help from the wonderful Home Edit team, I decided to repay the favor. Wait until you see how we transformed her office.
Really?
Hers was already good, but it got better.
Okay, wow. Can't wait to see it. It's all coming up on Today in 30.
NBC's Erin McLaughlin is on the ground for us in Ukraine. Erin, good morning.
Good morning, Hoda. As you can see, this was the scene of a ferocious battle. Just take a look at this wreckage. This morning, the U.S. Secretary of Defense is in Germany to meet with allies from more than 40 countries to discuss ways to help Ukraine win battles like the one that took place here. Meanwhile, the Russian foreign minister is issuing an ominous warning. This morning, as the war enters its third month, the U.S. Defense Secretary meeting allies in Germany to discuss Ukraine's military needs.
Nations of goodwill from around the world stand united in our resolve to support Ukraine in its fight against Russia's imperial aggression.
Overnight, the Russian foreign minister is suggesting Western arms shipments to Kyiv are a sign NATO is in essence engaged in a proxy war with Russia. Sergei Lavrov warning the risk of the conflict escalating to nuclear war is real. This morning, the Ukrainian foreign minister hitting back, accusing Lavrov of trying to scare the world off supporting Ukraine. That support on full display when the U.S. Secretaries of State and Defense visited Kyiv on Sunday.
We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine.
Andriy Yermak is head of the Ukrainian president's office. It's important for you to hear that from your U.S. ally, that statement.
Yes, it's very important. During this war, Ukrainians exactly understand who is the friends and who is not. And of course, United States, it's our friend.
Hours after the U.S. Secretary's secret visit to Ukraine, the Russian military bombarding train stations and crucial infrastructure far from the front line. And in the northern city of Chernihiv, they're dealing with the aftermath of the Russian occupation, weeks after Ukrainian forces drove them out of the city. This was the scene of a major battle. Now they're cleaning it up, carefully removing the shells and the mines the Russians left behind. For many here, the deadly weapons, a show of just how far Russia is willing to go to destroy their country. The UN Secretary General is in Moscow this morning to meet with the Russian foreign minister. The Secretary General's been calling for a truce, but he's also been coming under fire here in Ukraine for not visiting Kyiv first. Hoda.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin for us there. Thank you, Aaron.
Now to that major shakeup at Twitter. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, is spending $44 billion to take over the popular social media platform. But what will the surprising buyout mean for tens of millions of users? NBC's business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent taking a closer look this morning. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That's right. Elon Musk, who already runs Tesla and SpaceX, is now adding Twitter to his mind-boggling portfolio. But news of the purchase has both supporters and critics concerned about Twitter's future and what it could mean for your Twitter feed.
Elon Musk is taking over Twitter to the tune of $44 billion. After weeks of corporate wrangling, Twitter's board of directors accepting the billionaire's buyout offer in a unanimous vote. Musk, who has been one of Twitter's biggest critics, celebrating with rocket emojis, tweeting in part, "Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square." If approved by regulators, Twitter will go private, and shareholders will earn over $54 in cash for each share of common stock. So what is Musk going to change in your Twitter feed? He says he plans to add new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans.
Well, I think it's very important for there to be an inclusive arena for free speech.
Other ideas on the table, charging users a small subscription fee and adding an edit button for tweets. Some critics worry how Musk, who's faced his own backlash over controversial and offensive tweets, will handle Twitter's challenges with misinformation and toxic content. The ACLU raising concerns over a powerful central actor having so much control over the boundaries of our political speech online. Rival billionaire and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos also throwing shade at the deal, questioning whether China would gain more influence over Twitter due to Musk's other company, Tesla, doing so much business there. The Chinese government has banned Twitter since 2009. Musk burst onto the tech scene when he founded the company that would become PayPal, later selling it to eBay for $1.5 billion. He used those profits to start SpaceX and later Tesla. He's still the CEO of both companies.
Musk ultimately could be taking on more than he believes, but it's Musk, and we all know he's going to go to the beat of a different drum.
Musk does have plenty of supporters, of course, including Twitter co-founder and the former CEO Jack Dorsey. He says he believes Musk is the right person to take Twitter into the future. And another big question this morning, what will Musk do about banned Twitter users like former President Trump, who was suspended last year? Some believe Musk may reinstate them in the name of what he calls free speech. But for his part, the former president is saying he has no plans to return. Savannah.
All right, Joe, we'll be watching. Thank you.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Emmy-winning comedian Sarah Silverman has been making us laugh for years. There you are, often with humor we probably cannot repeat on morning TV, but you're going to be good today, right?
Yes. Allegedly. Now she's treating us to something new, guys, but it's also totally in her wheelhouse. A musical stage show based on her best-selling memoir of the same name. It's called The Bedwetter.
Sarah, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you wrote a memoir. That's hard enough. How did you get the idea to turn it into not just a play or a stage show, but a musical?
It was not my idea. About 2012, my friend Adam Schlesinger came over my apartment and with my book and said, "This is a musical."
Yeah.
He started going through the chapters. "This is a song," and I was like, "All right." And we started chipping away at it, and then we started working with Joshua Harmon, brilliant, who is an amazing playwright, and we just have been collaborating. And then I don't want to bring it down, but we were going to open 2 years ago, and COVID hit, and Adam Schlesinger died of COVID. April 1st, 2020. It was just shocking.
Jarring.
And so here we are 2 years later, and it's come to fruition. And we got David Yazbek consulting, and he's amazing. And I can't believe it. It's really happening on Saturday.
I like that it focuses on the 10-year-old you. It's like a moment in time. Who is this? Who's the actress? And tell us about what you were like. There, that's you. At 10.
My mom did that too. Wow, these pictures.
Yeah.
It's at camp. Wow. Oh my gosh.
So
we
you
have
were
it all.
Shy.
These were yeah, I was kind of I'm the youngest, and so I was kind of the joy. I made my family laugh. And this, I'm not in the show. It's just the year I'm 10. It takes place in the early 80s. And it's just our family and about a kid who is happy-go-lucky but falls apart. And the family kind of falls apart. And that's what it is. The actress is named Zoe Glick. She's magic. She's like, like when you first saw Jodie Foster and Taxi Driver, and you're like, oh, she's an actor.
Yeah.
She's like that.
I was laughing because you have 3 sisters in real life, but only one sister in the play.
I'm really sorry.
Which sister? I know. Is it like a combo?
Well, it's just Laura, but it is an amalgamation.
Okay.
I mean, listen, I told my family, it's loosely based on the family. Don't go in thinking, and then if you go in with that mindset, you'll be amazed at how much is true. It's a lot of it is absolutely true, but a lot is, there are things that happened to me when I was 7 or when I was 13. We make it all in the year that I'm 10. But it's, it's a Jewish family in rural New Hampshire. It's a family where words aren't taboo in the house, and it's a different time where mental health wasn't something that was in conversation at all.
Yeah.
And it's very funny. It's hard jokes. It's hard comedy.
What does that mean?
I suppose if it was a movie, it would be rated R for language, but please bring your kids. I think. It's like when you saw, and it's nothing like Bridesmaids, but I think of it like, when you saw Bridesmaids, didn't you go I hope kids sneak into this?
Yeah, this is one of those.
And I really think it's like that. I think it's special for 10 and up. I would, but I also have not good boundaries. Could be wrong. But I really think it's for the whole family in a lot of ways.
Sarah, thank you. You're going to come back and visit Jenna and myself in the 4th hour. Do you know that you've got another hit? Okay, good. I'm happy. The Bedwetter, by the way, begins previews April 30th, opens May 23rd at the Linda Gross Theater right here in New York. Congratulations.
She has a podcast too. You have to ask about that in the 4th hour.
By the way, I was listening to it this morning. I love the podcast. It's like therapy.
Thank you.
It's brilliant. Yeah.
I'm not a licensed therapist. I am a comedian.
But you play one on a podcast. Exactly. Sarah, thank you. Congrats on that. The Wizard of Oz is considered one of the greatest films of all time. And now 83 years after Dorothy came face to face with the Wicked Witch of the West. The iconic blue and white gingham dress Judy wore in this very scene, the one you're looking at, is about to hit the auction block.
Joining us with the dress and all the details, Helen Hall, the director of pop culture at Bottom's Auction House. Helen, there is a story behind this dress. This dress was lost for a long time, and it was found. Like, what? Tell us the story. What happened?
There's so many stories behind this dress. It's amazing. It was donated to the Catholic University of America in 1973 by an actress called Mercedes McCambridge, and there was a priest there called Father Hartkey who helped Mercedes McCambridge through some issues she was having, and so she gave it to the priest to say thank you. He retired in the 1980s, and then it was gone. No one could find it. Everyone searched. And fast forward to COVID, a retired professor was going through some boxes that had been in his office for years, and opened a box, and there it was.
And there was a legend around Catholic University that Dorothy's dress was somewhere there, but it was kind of considered like a folk tale. Like, no, that's probably not really true.
Exactly, and there were press clippings of the donation in 1973, so they knew it was real, but it became this kind of legend.
Now, you can't touch this dress. This dress is very fragile. Tell us the rules around it.
You can touch it lightly. The blouse is very delicate. The fabric is kind of a little bit torn on the top.
A little frayed,
But the rest of the dress itself, which is a much heavier cotton, is wonderful condition. The blue and white is still really strong.
And there are 4 Dorothy dresses still in existence, is that right? This is one of them. You were able to trace it to the very scene that we just showed where Dorothy is confronting the Wicked Witch.
Yeah, so...
Does that increase the value?
It certainly makes it more interesting for people, yes. The first thing we do when things come into Bonhams is that we work on authenticity. So we knew the dress was right from the film with the label and everything, and then we watched the film scene by scene and see if we can match it up. And there's a very distinctive line here on the bodice that exactly matches the scene where she's with the witch in the castle.
You have eagle eyes.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be auctioned off. How much do you think this dress will fetch?
The pre-sale estimate is $800,000 to $1.2 million. We sold another dress with the blouse at Bonhams in 2015 that made $1.5 million. So,
and it's going to go back to the school. They have big plans for it for the drama department.
Exactly. It will benefit the Catholic University of America and their new film program.
So that's where the money will go. That's great.
That's so fun.
Thank you so much, Helen. Thanks. That was fun to see here.
I was hoping they found it somewhere over the rainbow. But this is a good story, too.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you, Helen.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This morning in our series, She Made It, two entrepreneurs whose businesses are blooming. Our Today Lifestyle and Commerce contributor, Jill Martin, is here to tell us more. Good morning, Jill.
Good morning.
Jill.
The blooming you would have emphasized when you see what's to come.
Yes.
You love a good pun. Over the past 7 years, 24-year-old Elise Burns has been working hard on her education. After earning her undergraduate and graduate degrees, she now attends Duke Law School. And along the way, between the term papers and exams, she gradually grew a hobby of art and design into a multi-million-dollar business.
I started my floral-inspired goods company, Elise Brienne Design, the first day I legally could, my 18th birthday, on Etsy. I've always been artistic, and as a kid, I enjoyed painting and making designs on my iPad. When I started taking my art and transforming it into functional products like stationery, stickers, greeting cards, and gift wrap, my business grew. Early on, I often woke up at 5 a.m. to drop off products at the post office on my way to class. My tiny college apartment processed thousands and thousands of orders. In 2018, I got a licensing deal which allowed my artwork to be stocked in Home Goods, World Market, and Hobby Lobby. I also started selling my products directly to retail stores, and now they're sold in over 3,000 local gift shops and boutiques. In 2020, when I started sharing videos on TikTok of my design process and what it takes to run a small business, I increased my sales 18 times. The day before I started my last year of law school, my business made its $1 millionth. Now, a week away from graduating Duke Law, I'm planning the opening of a storefront location in downtown Durham, North Carolina, where I plan to run the business full-time, law degree in hand.
Wow. Whenever we say we don't have time, like when you find time to walk in the morning and we say there's always time, it's incredible. She managed to do all of this while getting her law degree. In fact, we have to wish her good luck because she's taking her final law exam this afternoon. All right, so moving on to our next one. Now to a business that is taking a green approach to snack time. Julia Collins comes from a family of entrepreneurs. She worked for years of using her love of food to launch restaurants in New York City, but her latest business venture is shooting for the moon and helping us all take a crack at going green.
In 2017, I learned that I was going to become a mom, and I became deeply concerned about the state of our planet. I knew I wanted to use my love of food to help make the world a better, safer place for my son. So I launched Moonshot, a climate-friendly snack brand. 34% of greenhouse gases come from our food systems. So by snacking smarter, we can make a real difference. Every decision I made about Moonshot, I made with the planet in mind. We carefully source our ingredients from farmers who practice regenerative agriculture. We look at every aspect of our production to shorten our supply chains. And we even use packaging made from recycled materials. We're proud to be a carbon-neutral snack brand, meaning that any CO2 released into the atmosphere from our snacks is balanced by an equivalent amount being removed. We're shooting for the moon, and it just takes one bite to join the climate-friendly food movement.
Okay. Awesome. We're eating them. They're good, right?
They're good.
They're good. And the boxes, as we said, are also eco-friendly. The crackers come in 3 flavors: sourdough, sea salt, which Al says is his favorite, rosemary garlic, and margarita pizza. And they plan to announce new cracker flavors and new snack products in the future. Moonshot also offering an exclusive deal just for us. And today viewers, just enter the code TODAYSHOW15 on their online store and receive 15% off all products through May 6th.
That's pretty cool. And you've got a great new special coming up, a special She Made It.
Yes. We're so excited because this is our Food Glorious Food episode where I introduce you to female-founded businesses that know the way to your heart through your stomach. From healthy meals for kids to food delivery services to social media famous treats like the one in front of us right now. This is from Flower Shop. Will you do the honors and cut into it? Now I think you need. I'm afraid. You're not going to want to miss it, but this is Flower Shop, one of my favorite stores. Yep. And
so the audience can see.
Whoa, I know. It's going to
I want to make sure something didn't like jump out at me.
It's going to be a hooray.
Oh, look at this, guys. Hold on.
This is one of those famous cakes from Flower Shop that started. Yep, and it's delicious.
Wow.
Yep,
it's a rainbow.
Yep, it's a rainbow cake. And look.
Oh, look inside. Inside, you've got all the stuff. Can you see that?
Take a little exposure.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Where are you?
And you can catch the She Made It Food Glorious Food Edition, 11:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Eastern, only on Today.
That is so cute.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So if you were watching yesterday, you got a look at Huda's newly organized and updated office. Just look at those before and after photos. I feel like you're so happy thanks to the home edit, girls.
I'm working later and later every day now. Okay, I don't know how long it'll look like that. I am loving it. So, Jenna, I wanted to return the favor and surprise you by decorating your new office space. Take a look.
My design mantra is just do your thing. My name is Delia Kenza, and I'm a designer based in Brooklyn, New York. My aesthetic as a designer is finding a way to take classic elements and make them modern.
We first got a glimpse of Jenna's decor taste in Veranda magazine. So when Jenna moved her office to my neighborhood, I knew just the person to help.
Her office is barren. It looks like she just moved in. Hi, Delia. Come on in.
Oh.
Okay, so I think you might have your work cut out for you.
Okay.
Okay, for starters, these walls. I think a wallpaper might look good. I brought some swatches. I don't know.
You're doing homework.
Do you mind if I do?
Maybe something like this.
Something like this?
Kind of calming and.
I think that does look like Jenna. Where does she keep her clothes? This puny. She's got stuff hung on the wall. She's got water
bottle stopper.
everything on the floor. We know that signature Jenna is books. Yes. She's got books here. She's got books
for
here.
Here a book, there a book, everywhere a book.
I feel like she needs a place.
I agree.
Do you picture that? Yeah. You know what I'm noticing? As I look around this office, I don't see me. Okay.
Oh.
Wait, I see
What's
Kathy
up with
Lee.
that?
No. Okay, wait a second.
What are you looking for here?
I'm looking for a little representation.
A little
okay?
representation.
All I see is Oprah.
Oh, Michelle.
Michelle Obama. Okay, I think there's room for her co-anchor.
Okay.
I think you can handle it, and I wish
Yes,
you the
I think
best
so
of luck.
With the wallpaper up, the transformation was underway.
Wait a minute, progress report.
We're getting there.
Girl, that wallpaper is on point. I'm scared Jenna's gonna come here. She snoops. She said, oh, her favorite thing is, I've never been surprised. I've never been surprised. Jenna, keep out.
Keep out.
After some finishing touches,
every space deserves some fresh flowers.
We're ready.
Okay. It is now official. We can go in. Okay. Okay. And open your eyes.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at this. The books look awesome.
Look
wow.
in there.
Oh, my clothes.
Your clothes.
And look at this wallpaper.
You like it?
Wow.
Okay. You notice you got all beautiful family pictures.
I love that.
Look at the pictures.
Amila, she did a great job.
Okay, open this one.
Wow, mints.
Mugs.
They know I have a gum addiction.
Lollipop. Oh, and there's one more thing that I think you might like.
Oh my, is this from you? Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. All of the books?
Your books you chose.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love that. Hoda, that's so sweet. Did you make that for me? Y'all, this looks beautiful.
Isn't that amazing? Now, Jenna, although I'm taking full credit, Delia was the one who did it for me.
Can I hug you?
Of course, I love
this. Is so beautiful. Oh, thank you so much. I kind of can't believe it.
Really?
It's goes in and lovely.
Beautiful.
That was the idea.
So we were trying to get your vibe, Jenna, with
Yes.
your family pictures.
And the chair, I'm sorry, but the chairs are a huge upgrade.
They're a moment. And I thought you can get down with a little leopard.
You knew I could. To me, leopard is a neutral.
Okay, girl. We are on the same page. So put that there to give a little bit of edge to the space, but really kept it nice and quiet and serene.
I mean, the way you styled this bookcase is gorgeous.
I love it.
There's little moments here. I knew you taught for a number of years.
Yes.
And so every teacher deserves an apple. And in the book of the month.
I love that. It'll inspire me.
Yeah.
And you know what else I love is that you put this here. That's Mila's self-portrait, which I love.
Yes.
But I can add one piece of art from all the kids.
And when you're sitting at your desk and you're feeling overwhelmed because of work stuff, you just glance up and you see a little bit of your daughters.
I remember what matters.
You know what I noticed was missing when I looked in your office before?
What?
A picture of me. So I made sure that this was in a prominent spot, and then this one,
I love
me,
that.
front and center.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I don't see any pictures of Savannah. Oh, well, so sad. Sorry, SG. I cleaned you out of here. Goodbye.
Oh my gosh, can you believe it?
So she was so great, wasn't she?
Yeah, Delia.
Yeah.
She's so talented. She's done incredible work. So thank you to Delia Kinza, and thank you to you.
Yes, we did. That was teamwork, but mainly her. Doesn't it feel nice to have a place where you want to sit and do your work?
I actually can't. I get to spend a lot of time, which is a weird thing to say in my office today, and I'm so looking forward to it.
What a morning. And we got another big one coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, Scarlett Johansson and Mike Myers are both joining us live right here in our studio. We'll chat with them when we see you tomorrow on Today. Have a great Tuesday.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. I'm Elena Besser.
I'm Priyanka Naik.
I'm Kevin Curry, and we're whipping up our favorite 30-minute meals for the Today table.
Don't get me wrong, I love spending time in the kitchen to unwind.
But there are some days when you just want to get dinner on the table fast.
So today we're making 3 speedy recipes that are just perfect for busy weeknights.
I'm making a twist on falafel for all of you buffalo wing lovers out there.
I'm making a savory stuffed French toast.
I'm making chicken gyros that can be grilled up in a flash.
Set your timer
and set the table.
It's time to get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I absolutely love buffalo wings. I am so obsessed that I actually have a photo of wings hanging above my bed. Anyway, I also love the food and flavors from Israel. Half of my family lives there, and I am always inspired by their cuisine. So today, I'm creating a mashup of my favorite foods, buffalo wings and falafel. The first thing I'm gonna do is jazz up my favorite hot sauce. So we are going to add in cubed butter to a saucepan over a medium heat, a nice gorgeous cup of hot sauce. You can use whatever favorite hot sauce you have on hand. And then for a little extra pizzazz, we are adding in some garlic powder. And we are going to whisk this together until all of that butter is melted and we have a nice, gorgeously orange sauce. And this is going to happen very quickly. Okay, we will set this aside. Let's get going on our falafel. So to save time in this recipe, because we really want to make sure that we keep it in the 30-minute mark, we are using canned chickpeas. I know this could be controversial. Don't tell my cousins back in Israel. We're gonna start by pulsing these up. See that? It looks really nice and ground up. So we are transferring these back into the bowl from whence they came. and we will mix up the rest of our ingredients. Shallot. A shallot is awesome. It's kind of like a combination of an onion and garlic. It has those nice garlic notes in it. So we are going to rock our knife back and forth like so until we get about a tablespoon's worth of shallot. And this is gonna go into our creamy dill sauce, which is basically like a fun yogurt-based version of ranch. I'm a ranch gal. If you're a blue cheese person, feel free to add a little bit of blue cheese to that mixture. Pop it into a little bowl. With the rest of this, since it's all going into the food processor, so I've got my shallot. I got 1 clove of garlic. We are now going to add in some chili flake. And then we are also going to add in some parsley. And we are adding in more of my favorite, the garlic powder. Hit it with a teeny bit of salt, a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. We're gonna give it a nice fine chop. But this is really giving us a gorgeous green color. It smells so fresh. Okay, so we're just gonna take this mixture and we are going to add it to our chickpeas. In order to make sure all of this falafel goodness binds together, we are going to add in some cornstarch, and then we are going to add in a little bit of baking powder to give it some lift. We're going to add some kosher salt as well. And then we are going to, again, fold this mixture together. I'm gonna go get a new pan so we can fry up our falafel. We're using neutral oil here. Pour that right into a heavy bottom skillet. I have a little scooper to help me create these into 1 ounce portions. You'll just kind of press that mixture into the cookie scoop, and then we're going to push it down. Okay, our oil is properly preheated. We have our falafel ready to rock. Let's fry these up. Make sure that you don't overcrowd the pan because we're going to wanna move these around a bit as they cook. And we wouldn't be able to do that if it's too crowded in there. Even before I flip these, you can see how it is starting to get nice and golden brown on the edges. That is what we're looking for, and that is when we know we're getting really close to flipping these falafel. Ah, yeah, check that out. Now that these are done and draining on a wire rack, I'm gonna sprinkle them with some salt. And then I'm gonna fry up this next batch, and when we get back, we will make our creamy dill sauce.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country 1 block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
My falafel is all fried up, and now I'm going to make a creamy dill sauce. Let's get into it. We have a beautiful cup of full-fat Greek yogurt here, and we're just gonna take that minced shallot that we prepared earlier. We wanna add in the juice and zest of some lemon. Take any of that extra zest that's hanging out. We will slice this lemon in half, and then citrus press, such a great tool. We are going to add in a little bit of kosher salt, some freshly ground black pepper. Just going to twist off those beautiful fronds of dill. We're looking for about 2 tablespoons of dill here. Add some garlic powder right on in. And because Greek yogurt tends to be on the thicker side, what I like to do is I like to add a little bit of room temperature water just to thin it all out and make it a more spreadable consistency for our pita. I love to create a little carrot salad to go with this. We're going to combine some dill pickles for a little extra brininess and some added crunch. We are just going to slice these into thin matchsticks. So we'll start by going lengthwise, really thin down those pickles, and we will take our knife and we'll just rock it back and forth to get these really nice thin strips of pickle. Put them into this big bowl here, and next up, it's carrot time. And we are going to start by just peeling the exterior off of these carrots, like so. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just gonna take our carrot, and from top to bottom, we are going to slice these carrots into beautiful ribbons. Look at that, gorgeous. Add that to the bowl and just keep on going. Next up, we are going to add the juice of our lemon just to bring out even more brightness in this salad that we're creating. We also want to make sure that we add in our parsley, and we're going to bunch this on up and give it a nice fine chop. It's almost time for dinner. Okay, season it with a little bit more kosher salt, a little freshly ground black pepper, and then a nice drizzle of olive oil. So I'm just gonna give this a good toss. Beautiful. All of our components are done. I am ready to assemble the meze platter. Let's start with our carrot salad. So this is looking gorgeous. It is time to adorn our falafel in our sauce. So I'm just gonna take this sauce, take a brush, and brush it right over the tops. And then we're gonna do a little flipperoo. Make sure we get them on both sides. We've been working so hard to do this, so it's time. Let's get after it. This is the best way to get that sauce in every bite. Then we're going to take a little bit of our salad, pop that in the bottom, take a couple of our little falafel nuggets. I'm gonna put 3 in there. Yeah, full house. A little bit more sauce in there. Oh my goodness. Check it out. Hold for sound effects. Wow, it is warm and crunchy and fresh from that salad. The buffalo is giving me the perfect amount of heat And that creamy dill, it just mellows it all out. I love this. I know your whole entire family is going to love this.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
One of my favorite food memories is enjoying the spicy egg-coated toast my uncle and auntie would make for us on our annual family trips to India. They lived on a large farm, so everything we ate was incredibly fresh. When I went vegan, I wanted to recreate that experience, but without those farm-fresh eggs. Well, guys, I think I've cracked the code with this recipe for my savory Indian French toast. Let's start things off with the vegan batter. Okay, so first we're gonna dice up one small red onion. We're actually gonna just give these a fine dice, and then we're gonna saute it up a little bit. So let's get our nonstick skillet on medium-high heat. And while that heats up, we're gonna coat it with some neutral oil. So let's get these red onions in. It's exactly what you wanna hear. You want them to evenly cook throughout. This looks awesome. Just wanna show you the coloring on this. They're nice and glossy. This is exactly what we want. So we're gonna turn the heat off and just let them sit. This is our next main component to the batter. So we're using Thai green chilies. I never de-seed chilies, nor should you. So we're basically just gonna run our knife through this and give this a rough chop. Now that we've minced up our green chilies, we wanna get started on our batter. So we're using chickpea flour, which we call basin flour at home, which is simply ground dried chickpeas. And to this, we're gonna actually whisk in some water. And you wanna do this gradually because the chickpea flour can easily clump up. So our batter is looking good. The next ingredient that we wanna prepare are some dried spices. So in my mortar and pestle, I'm gonna add one of my favorite spices from my masala dabbi, cumin seeds, or what we call jeera. So we're just gonna add the whole cumin seeds here. We're gonna take our pestle and we're gonna grind them down just to a rough grind. Okay, great. So we have a rough grind on our cumin, which is beautiful. So I'm gonna add that to our batter. And we're gonna add our green chilies. And we're gonna add some salt. And then we wanna add our sauteed onions. You're probably wondering, Priyanka, what is going on with the sauteed onions? Well, don't worry, they're waiting for us. So I'm gonna mix this up, and You want to be gentle when mixing it because you don't want to break up the chilies and the onions in there. And we have one more ingredient to add to our batter. Some fresh coriander. This is gonna add a lot of freshness and brightness. We're gonna get it right into the batter. Give that a quick mix. And now it's time to start assembling our French toast. So I want to show you the selection of cheeses I'm working with here because this is super exciting. Not only because, one, these are all so delicious, but two, these are all vegan. So we have some smoked Gouda, then we have a cheddar here, which honestly, this looks like an artisanal cheddar that you could probably get at some like fancy cheese shop, but it's vegan. All right, so to our bread, we're gonna add our cheese. I'm gonna do smoked Gouda in this one. We're gonna do 2 slices. We're gonna close her up, and then it's battering time. Take your bread, give her a nice dunk. Nice and coated. Okay, to our hot skillet, we're gonna get in some vegan butter. We want the butter to melt and get nice and bubbly, just like it is here. So you wanna see that nice sizzle on the edges, and you'll see that it's starting to get golden. You could give it a little bit of a press to make sure that all sides of the bread are cooking evenly. We wanna cook our French toast for about 5 minutes on each side. It should be a nice golden brown color, and that's when you'll know that the batter is cooked. This is looking fantastic. The color is great. You could see the cheese is melting. Feels crisp to touch. So we're gonna remove this bad boy. Let's build our second sandwich. So our sandwiches look amazing, but we still have some leftover batter. But we don't need to waste this because this is not like the traditional egg batter from a French toast. So we're actually gonna make my version of chewy, which are chickpea flour-based pancakes. So we already have our skillet here, and to this we're gonna add some neutral oil. We want a good amount of oil here because this is gonna be like a little bit like a shallow fry of the batter. Give these a flip. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for, that golden brown. We have our French toast, we have our chewy pancakes, so I'm ready to serve everything up. So what I like to do is I like to take the French toast and cut it in half so we can reveal the beautiful inside. So first, we're gonna drizzle it with the traditional maple syrup. Now, this might sound weird, but the sweetness of the maple syrup goes really well with the spice. Kind of think of it like eating bacon with maple syrup, but this is not bacon. We're gonna add a little bit of Chaat Masala. So Chaat Masala is probably one of the most widely used spice mixes in India, and it has a bunch of different spices like mango powder, which is a little bit tangy, black salt, which kind of has that umami salty flavor, cumin, coriander, so many things. And we're gonna add a little cheek of lemon because this is gonna add that freshness and brightness that's gonna go really well with every bite you take. There we have it. We're gonna take our French toast, we're gonna do a little dunk. Oh my God. It's like I never left India. The chilies, the coriander, they're so fresh and so vibrant, and I love the textures on this, and we did this all in just 30 minutes. How cool is that?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Gyros are an iconic Greek staple. Now, traditionally, the meat is stacked on a vertical spit so you can get a mix of crispy and juicy meat pieces. Thankfully, for my version, you don't need a giant spit in your kitchen. So my marinade is really simple. We're just gonna use a little bit of lemon. I'm gonna slice this. I'm gonna squeeze in some lemon juice. Squeeze it into a bowl. Also gonna be adding in some red wine vinegar. And then some personality for this. We're gonna keep it really simple and adding in some dried oregano. Pinch of salt and some fresh cracked pepper. Whisk this up. There you go. Now I'm gonna set this aside and we're gonna move on to our chicken breast. All right, so I'm gonna butterfly this chicken first just to get it a little bit thinner. And when we thin it out, you can have a much more even cooking throughout the chicken. Open it up and it makes a beautiful little heart just like this. So now we're gonna flatten this out a little bit more. I'm gonna take some plastic wrap. I'm gonna add one of the pieces to it. I'm gonna use this mallet, it's a little bit easier. We're just gonna flatten it out. If you have a rolling pin as well for baking, use that. Again, we're just trying to flatten this out. This is not a contest that you're at the local fair trying to win a teddy bear for somebody. So I'm gonna add a piece of chicken right here to our marinade. So I'm gonna let this rest at room temperature, but you can also do this as a make-ahead recipe and do it overnight, but not too long because your chicken will come out mushy. Now you can't have a gyro without a creamy yogurt sauce, and here is my speedy one. So we're gonna line a bowl with some heavy-duty paper towels and grate this cucumber right into the bowl. And the reason we're doing this is it's a whole lot of water. There we go, looks just like this. Now, I'm gonna make this sweat just a bit by adding in a pinch of salt. Now we're gonna set this aside, let this rest, and then prepare the rest of our sauce. Starting off here with some thick Greek yogurt, super high in protein. We're gonna make this really bright today. This whole lemon. And then I am a garlic lover. I know I like a little bit of breath stink in my recipes, so I'm gonna use at least one, but if you use two, I would not be mad about that at all. Garlic adds a whole lot of flavor. Hit it with a splash of vinegar, some red wine vinegar. I like dill, so I'm kind of heavy-handed with it. There we go. Pinch of sea salt, some black pepper. And then we're gonna finish it off with some heart-healthy olive oil. Again, this is my version. I don't want all the Greek grandmothers outside my door telling me, this is not right, Kev. No, this is just gyro-ish, tzatziki-ish, okay? Mix this together. Don't worry, I have not forgot about our cucumber. We're gonna mix this first. Look at that, beautiful, creamy sauce. Head back to check on our cucumber. Exactly what we want here. Squeeze it. You don't have to go overboard here either. I mean, if you're squeezing so hard that it's tearing through the paper towel, it could either be the paper towel or it could just be you, Hercules. And now just fold everything together. Look how beautiful this is. Our tzatziki is looking really good. It's time to get our veggies. Now our grill pan is nice and hot. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of avocado oil, just spray, boom. I'm gonna take our chicken, shake off some of the excess marinade. In goes the chicken. We love that sound. Pinch of salt, just a little pinch, don't need much. So we're gonna cook this chicken for about 4 minutes on each side. Ready for the flip, here we go. 1, 2, 3, flipping it over, boom. Look at that beauty. Look at them grill marks, y'all. And as it's finishing up, I'm just gonna squeeze a little bit more lemon on there. Just some citrus love. Woo, look at that. Is it ready? And it lifts all the way up very easily. Boom. And if you need to, you can spray your grill pan just a little bit more. Shake off the excess marinade, and in goes the other piece of chicken. Now keep this grill hot. I'm gonna do a light spray, some oil. Now we still have the flavor from the chicken, the marinade there. I'm gonna put our pitas right on in there. Good and gently press down, just make sure it's not burning. We just wanna cook it long enough where there's a little bit of color on there. All right, this is really nice. We're gonna turn off our pan. So we let our chicken rest for about 5 minutes, so now all those juices won't run out as we slice it up. And now it's time to build our sandwich. We got our fresh veggies here. We're making gyros, we're making gyros. Okay, so we're gonna open up our pita here. Gonna add in some of our creamy tzatziki, and then add in some lettuce. Stuff it all the way up in there. Get some tomato, a little bit of onion action here. And then don't forget the feta. It's like a double cream factor with the tzatziki. And then take our chicken, and just load this bad boy up. Oh, wow. All right, this looks amazing. Can't wait to take a bite. I mean, if that was a mic, I'm dropping it right there. So darn easy, so darn delicious.
Good morning. Ominous threat. Russia rattles the saber, warning the West the risk of nuclear war is real. This just hours after that secret trip to Kyiv by the U.S. Secretaries of State and Defense. As Russian forces carry out new attacks across Ukraine overnight, we're covering it all live. Sold. After weeks of watching and waiting, Elon Musk reaches a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion.